Okay, it looks like we're now streaming live on YouTube. And with that, at 5:04 in the afternoon on Wednesday, I will call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Villarreal, salute to the New Mexico flag by Councilor Romero Worth, and then an invocation led by Councilor Vigil Koppler, after which we will have an opportunity for remembrances or other special thoughts that we wish to send out. So if you'd please rise for the pledge, the salute, and the
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United
United
States
States
of
and
America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
I'd like to devote the invocation to the late John Robert Lewis, who was an American politician and civil rights leader who served in the United States House of Representatives for Georgia's 5th Congressional District from 1987 until his death in 2020. The quotes I'd like to share are, I think, very inspirational and appropriate for the work that we do as public servants. So he's quoted as saying, "It was not enough to come and listen to a great sermon or message every Sunday morning and be confined to those 4 walls and those 4 corners. You had to get out and do something. We come to Selma to be renewed. We come to be inspired. We come to be reminded that we must do the work that justice and equality calls us to do. We need someone who will stand up and speak out for the people who need help, for people who are being discriminated against. And it doesn't matter whether they are Black or white, Latino, Asian, or Native American, whether they are straight, gay, Muslim, Christian, or Jews. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. There's nothing wrong with a little agitation for what's right or what's fair. And I know this country and countries all over the world will miss Mr. Lewis. Mr. Mayor, I would like to start remembrances, if that is okay with you.
absolutely, go right ahead.
I share a great sadness for the loss of Henry Pick. I know his family well, socialized with them, and it's just such a loss for Santa Fe. And I want to just say a little bit about him. He was husband to Peggy Pick, who is very active in our community, father to Mike and Ellen Pick, and brother to our beloved former Mayor Sam Pick. He was a Santa Fe treasurer chosen along with his brother Sam by the Santa Fe New Mexican. He was a Rotary member. Henry embodied the motto of service above all, service above self, in everything he does. He was president of the Santa Fe Junior Chamber of Commerce and helped build the first Little League baseball field in Santa Fe. He was a Cub Scout leader for 120 elementary school boys. Henry established the first tenants at the Valdez Industrial Park. He was in the Hall of Fame at his alma mater at the New Mexico Military Institute. For 2 decades, Henry and his brother Sam owned the family White Swan and Dry Cleaners Laundry. Henry was determined to give second chances to prisoners on work release. They helped to establish programs at the Penitentiary of New Mexico. In the summer, Henry often hired students to do work in the laundry, and I know a few of them, quite a few of them. One day, a young man asked him, "Henry, why do you call these educational jobs?" And he replied, "Because they make you realize the importance of getting an education, so you won't be doing this for the rest of your life." When the company sold in 1988, the brothers made certain that all the employees had other jobs. His son Mike told me yesterday that his dad got jobs for 51 employees. when they sold the company. And that's just someone who had a good heart. And he did. He had a manner that endeared you to him immediately. He was so fun to be around. He was sincerely and interested in helping others and learning something good about them as well. He was friendly, humorous, caring, extremely bright, and he was a giving man full of heart and generous spirit. And I know our hearts won't be the same without Henry. So I give condolences to his family and to Mayor Sam Pick. I also have, this has been a really hard week. I have other remembrances. I want to give condolences to the family of Dorothy Drovner. Dorothy and I worked together at Taxation and Revenue. When I started, she was communications director, and then she moved on to deputy director. And she's the mother of Charlie and Tom Grosvenor, and went to high school with both of them. And she was just a delightful person to be around, great sense of humor, and very good at her job. And then another good friend of mine told me today she lost her mother, and that's Charlotte Roybal. Charlotte is a campaign persona non grata. She's been on probably everybody's campaign, and I want to give condolences to her and her family. She lost her mom, Jeannie Levitt. And then lastly, condolences to the family of Jeff Varela, including Patrick Varela, his cousin. Jeff is the son of late Representative Lucky Varela, and he lost his daughter, Christina Varela, this week. And so I just want to remember them and give condolences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well said. Councilor Romero-Worth, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I also would send condolences to the family and friends of Henry Pick. I would like to add to the list. I have to agree, Councilor Vijo Koppler, it has been a week. On a personal note, want to send condolences to my family and the friends of my aunt, Ida Romero, who died in Albuquerque earlier this week. She's being interned tomorrow at this Santa Fe National Cemetery where her husband is buried. She was born and raised in Mora, New Mexico. She married and moved to Tucumcari, where she raised 9 children. She has many grandchildren, including me. Or no, I'm a niece, sorry. But she does have many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and she was the salt of the earth woman, and her spirit will be very much missed. On another note, I want to send condolences to the family of Ann Fullerton. Ann died of cancer, and want to send to her family and friends. She just quickly was a wellness counselor in the Santa Fe Public Schools, sat on numerous nonprofit boards, which is how I interacted with her, counseled people in private practice, directed the Poverty Task Force for the New Mexico Conference of Churches, and served as an adjunct professor member or faculty member in human development at Santa Fe Community College. She was very involved in the community. She has several sons who are also deeply involved in the community, and her husband, Reese Fullerton, also does a lot to make life better here. So I just would send condolences to the family of Ann Fullerton as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Garcia, your hand is also up for a remembrance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also want to send my condolences to Charlotte Roybal and her family. Her mom lived to be 100 years old this year. It was her 100th birthday this year. So may we all be so blessed to have a great family and live a long and happy life like her. And in the honor of Congressman I think we all need to begin to get into good trouble. We tend to get complacent in life, and let's live up to his words of it's time to get into some good trouble.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Rivera, you have also a hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to give condolences to the family of Paul Frank Mays. Paul was a good friend of mine. He was same age as me. He died of cancer on May 18th. His family, his mother Frances was good friends with many of my aunts and lived close by in the neighborhood. His wife Delisa and daughter Serena, just wonderful people, and I'm sure they're going to miss him. So he worked as a security officer at the hospital for many, many, many years. I'm sure if you saw his picture, you would probably recognize him. Great man, and just want to wish his family, give them my condolences. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else want to remember someone? I think it's been a hard span for sure. I want to say a word to Senator Martin Heinrich and his family, who Senator lost his mom not long ago, and I know he was back saying goodbye to her, and has done so much for all of us. We should say something for him and his family at this time. So if we could just take a moment of silence and think about the people who've been mentioned both here and around the country. Take one moment of silence for them. Thank you, everybody. Let's see. I guess if the clerk could call the roll, that would be the next order of business.
You bet. Mayor Weber,
I am present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Here.
Bill Coppler,
Here.
Councilor Villarreal.
Here, present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I will entertain a motion regarding the agenda. Councilor Abeta, you have your hand up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I would request that we postpone items D and E under the public hearings, the Geo Lane case. I know there's a lot of interest from residents on the south side, and given the length of our agenda this evening, I don't think it would be good to hear this case at midnight. So I would respectfully ask the council to consider that postponement. And also, due to the amount of interest in our budget and given the format that we have to take public comment in, I would ask that we move up items B and C on the evening agenda and put the budget to behind them, because again, I think it'll make for a smoother and allow more people to participate that way.
So if I understand, you're suggesting a motion that would postpone D and E. And if I understand correctly, you've spoken with numbers of the interested and involved parties, and they don't have an objection to that?
Yes, and we would postpone it to the August 12th governing body meeting.
And then reverse the order of B and C so they would come ahead of item A.
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilor Vihil Coppler, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if that was clarified, but I would like to ask if the developer was he informed of this possibility prior to?
Mayor,
Councilor Abeta, did you speak to the developer, or did somebody speak to the developer so it's not a shock to that individual?
it's my understanding that Mr. Isaacson from Land Use spoke with him yesterday, that this was a possibility because of the length of the agenda.
Okay.
The reason I ask, and I'm not intending to discuss it, but I do know that there has been several since late January in reviewing the record, back and forth, come back and forth, come back and forth. And if he hasn't been notified or discussed with, this puts another back and forth, and time is money. So I'm just, out of courtesy, I would hope that someone had spoken to the developer about this.
I think Councilor Abeta and Councilor Rivera have been taking the lead in trying to reschedule this so it doesn't happen so late at night that it would be really difficult to arrive at a decision that was thought through. Eli, did you have a comment about this?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on the comment of Councilor Beta, we spoke to the developer yesterday, and he is amenable to the postponement.
Okay,
Okay, so that clarifies that.
thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify and actually say what the items are. So items B on the public hearing, which is the nuisance abatement ordinance, and C, which is the economic development plan ordinance, will be going first.
Correct,
And then we would hear A, which is the budget.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second. Is there any further clarification or discussion? If not, if the clerk could please call the roll, we'll vote on the motion.
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes, I appreciate the change.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you for that. I think we all recognize we have a very full agenda tonight, and we need to be thoughtful for the public's well-being, and also, as has been pointed out in the past by Councilwoman Villarreal, we need to be mindful of our own time so that we don't extend our discussions so late that we end up rushing to judgment perhaps, or being less than at our most alert. So we'll try not only to change the order, but be mindful of time and brevity where appropriate. So we now have approved the agenda. Is there a motion regarding the consent calendar, please? Wait, no, actually we didn't. We need to approve the agenda as amended now. Unless I'm mistaken. We voted in favor of Councilor Abeta's motion to change the agenda, but we have not yet adopted the agenda as amended.
That was the motion. If you could clarify, Counselor Beta, approval of the agenda is amended with those changes.
Yes, I would move for approval of the agenda as amended with those changes.
Is there a
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Councilor Lindell. Let's call the roll on the agenda as amended and as approved by the governing body.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yeah.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you very much. Let's move then to item 7, which has to do with the approval of the consent calendar. Were there items to be removed from consent, or is there a motion to approve the calendar?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. Councilor Vihel Coppler made the motion, and it was seconded by Councilor Villarreal. Was that you?
It was
No.
me or Counselor Rivera, either way.
Okay, Councilor Romero Worth and or Councilor Rivera were both there in a dead heat. So we have a motion, we have a second. Can we call the roll?
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you very much. And that brings us then to item number 8 on the agenda, which is approval of minutes. We have minutes from the regular governing body meeting of July 8, 2020. Are there changes or amendments to those minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Move for approval.
second,
Second.
Okay, Counselor Rivera made the motion and Counselor Lindell made the second. Can we call the roll on approving that set of minutes, please?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
yes,
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes,
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
yes,
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank
Thank you.
you.
That motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I don't see any presentations tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, having approved the consent calendar, we move to item 11, the discussion items, many of which, unless I'm mistaken, are contracts and are not on consent, not because they necessarily are controversial, but because they didn't make it through two committees because of the press of other business, including the work of the Finance Committee and the Budget. So I would ask that the clerk read these into the record, and then if there is discussion, we do it with great clarity and alacrity. If not, we can move through these with some speed. So Madam Clerk, can you start with 11A, please?
Yes, this is a request for approval of amendment number 3 to contract number 19-0115 with Alpha Southwest for fiscal year 2021 for emergency repair on call in the amount of $211,015.63, inclusive of NMGRT. And we have Jonathan Matoya and Efren Morales presenting.
move to approve,
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion. There's a second. Is there discussion on this particular item? If not, can we call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Worth,
yes,
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Counselor Villarreal,
yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
yes,
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. And that brings us to 11B, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is request for approval of amendment number 1 to professional services agreement number 19-0234 with Corolla Engineers, and this is for fiscal year 2021 for on-call engineering in the amount of $250,000 plus NMGRT. Bill Snyder is available for questions.
move to approve,
second,
There's a motion from Counselor Merriworth and a second from Counselor Lindell. Is there discussion on this contract? If not, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Merriworth,
yes,
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Councilor Villarreal,
yes,
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
yes,
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes,
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. That
We
means
have-
we move to item C.
Yes, this is request for approval of amendment number 1 to professional services agreement number 19-0235. This is with Hazen and Sawyer for fiscal year 2021 for on-call engineering in the amount of $250,000 plus NMGRT. And Bill Snyder is available if you have any questions.
move to approve,
second,
There's a motion to approve it from Counselor Romero Worth and a second again from Counselor Lindell. Is there discussion? If not, you could please call the roll on this item.
Yes, Councilor Vihel Coppler,
yes,
Councilor Villarreal,
yes,
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Cassett Sanchez,
yes,
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes,
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That item has been approved.
thank you. Item D, please.
Request for approval of amendment number 4 to professional services contract. It's number 17-0520. It's with John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. for fiscal year 2021, an amount of $197,560 plus NMGRT, and that's Bill Snyder again presenting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Romero Worth moves and Counselor Rivera seconds approving this item. Is there discussion? If not, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That item has been,
thank you. Could you give us the next one, please?
yes. Item 11E is request for approval of amendment number 3 for financial consulting solutions in the amount of 108,000 plus NMGRT, and this is for fiscal year 2021. Public Utilities Financial Planning Services in the amount of 108,000. And I've already said that. We have Shannon Jones presenting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Romero Worth and seconded by, I didn't catch it, but somebody. Was it you again, Counselor Rivera?
Or Counselor Lindell's fine.
Okay, Counselor Lindell. And so there's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion on this item? If not, please call the roll.
Yes, we have Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That item has been approved.
thank you. And that
Move
brings us
on.
to F.
Yes, sir. This is request for approval of change order number 3 with Subsurface for fiscal year 2021 for priority line replacement in the amount of $1,626,562.50. This is inclusive of New Mexico grocery receipts tax. We have Bill Hugh available for any questions.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Counselor Romero Worth has made the motion to approve.
Second.
Counselor Rivera has made the second. Is there discussion of this item? If not, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. This item has been approved.
thank you. Item G.
Yes, Item G is request for approval of amendment number 3 with M&M Office of Archaeological Services for fiscal year 2020-21 in the amount of 100,000 plus New Mexico gross receipts tax. And we have Paul Duran available for questions.
Move to approve.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second from Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth made the first motion, if you didn't catch it, and Counselor Lindell offered a second. Is there discussion on this item? If not, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Item H, please.
Request for approval of award of bid 20-14-B, and this is for fiscal year 2021. Citywide water utility pavement restoration contract for CIP number 3056. This is to TLC Plumbing and Utility, Inc. in the amount of 200,000 plus Mexico gross receipts tax.
Move for approval.
Motion from Counselor Rivera to approve.
Second.
Counselor Lindell seconds the motion. Is there discussion, please? If not, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. Item I, please.
Yes, item I is request to award contract to Bosque Natural Company in response to request for proposal number 20-18-P for on-call services for dam vegetation management in the amount of $240,000, and this is exclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax. Bill Hugh is available for questions.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Counselor Vila
Second.
Coppler moved to approve it, and Counselor Rivera has offered a second. Is there discussion on this item? Could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. This item has also been approved.
thank you. Item J, please.
Yes, this is consideration of a resolution requiring that the city manager seek governing body approval before extending the term of the exclusive negotiation agreement with KDC Sienda SF Investments 1 LP. And this is beyond its initial one-year term and requiring that the 30-day progress reports from the Midtown Development Team be submitted to the governing body. And we have Marcos Martinez presenting.
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Counselor Vihel Coppler to approve,
Second.
second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there discussion? If not, could you please call the roll?
Of course, Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. This motion has been approved.
okay, thank you. Item K, please.
Item K is consideration of a resolution. And this is supporting the United States Conference of Mayors Compact to combat hate, extremism, and bigotry, to promote the fundamental principles of justice and equality that define America.
Move to
Just- Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Was that from you, Counselor Lindell?
approve as amended.
Counselor Villarreal has moved to approve it as amended.
Second. Second.
There's a second from Counselor Lindell. Is there discussion? If you could call the roll, please.
Yes, Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Point
Yes.
of order, were the amendments adopted previously?
yes, they were included.
They were made in the Quality of Life Committee.
Okay, I just thought I had signed them today. So thank you for that clarification.
You did sign them today. They were offered verbally at Quality of Life.
They were also written, but you didn't get them in time.
So we are still in the roll call.
Yes, I had Councilor Lindell voting yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. And that then takes us to the next one, item number or letter L. Could
Yes,
you
sir.
bring us to that?
Yes. This is consideration of a resolution changing the start time of afternoon sessions of the governing body meetings to 4 p.m. and evening sessions of governing body meetings to 6 p.m. This would be beginning with the August 12th, 2020 meeting and continuing through the December 9th, 2020 governing body meeting. We have Jesse Guillen available for any questions.
Okay. Is there either discussion or, oh, Jamie, Counselor Cassett Sanchez's hand is up and so is Counselor Abeta. So we'll take those before we go to move toward any motions. Counselor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
I'm not sure it's much of a question. It's more of a statement in that I want to ensure that the starting of an earlier meeting does not lead to a necessarily longer meeting. I could have seen in a situation such as today where it would have simply encouraged us to pack as many agenda items in as possible. So I'm wondering if that also means that we need to be looking at do we need to look at our stop time as well? And when we suspend those rules. So those are the questions I'd like to put out to the council and to our staff.
Councilor Villarreal, this was your resolution. I wonder if you would like to have the opportunity to respond.
Well, I think we discussed this in Public Works quite a bit, but I think for the most part, we're adjusting the times and trying this out until December meeting so that we can actually start our public hearings on time and not have hours on end to wait for us to get to that point of the agenda. And I do agree with my colleague, we need to be more efficient about our meetings. And I also think now that we're doing everything virtually, that we need to think about what we're actually putting on the agenda and being realistic about it. I just don't think our meetings are running the same way that we used to. And it just takes longer, roll call, everything takes a lot longer. So I'm willing to try this. This was really the suggestion of staff. So I'm willing to try this to see how it works out for us through December. With the idea that if we are still going close to the 11:30, 12 range, that maybe we need to make adjustments suggested by my colleague, Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez. So I'm willing to try this and see how it goes, and then we could adjust accordingly.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mayor. In our Public Works Committee meeting, Councilor Rivera actually had raised something that piqued my interest and that I would like more information on. And that is a rule in Robert's Rules of Order, which I believe we follow, that may limit or could be invoked to limit the amount of discussion or even questioning that a member of the governing body can do or have. And so I wonder if there's legal or somebody, maybe Councilwoman Romero Worth may know the rules better than I do, but I thought that was something I'd like more information on.
Councilor Rivera, since he referenced you, do you want to share that with us, and then we'll go next to Councilor Villarreal. Is your hand is up to speak independently of the question that was addressed to you, I assume?
No, it's actually on that point because I was the one that brought that up.
Okay, well, you go ahead, and then we'll let Councilor Rivera speak as well.
Well, actually, I was the one that brought up that point, not Councilor Rivera. It was something that Carmichael Dominguez had brought up that's in Robert's rules about the time limits that are given to elected officials. And was written in Robert's rules, but he wanted to reinforce it in a resolution, and then it spun out because people thought we were trying to limit the time frame and censor people, which wasn't his intention. So he let it go, but there is something written, and I don't know where it's referenced, but it's in Robert's rules about time limits for actual electeds on certain topics, certain sections of the agenda.
Well, so you brought it up. I think it's worth, I don't know whether our parliamentarian did any research into this or we could do it going forward, but I think the notion of self-regulation is at the heart of the matter. Councilor Rivera, did you want to refer to this, or were you invoked in error?
I think Councilor Abeyta and I had spoke about it as well, but I had some other issues that I wanted to bring up. So if the parliamentarian or the city attorney has an answer, I'd love to hear that.
I see both their hands are up. Let's defer to the city attorney first, and then we'll go to our parliamentarian.
Mayor Weber, I was going to defer to the counselor, but
all right. Well, we're showing great deference tonight. I appreciate that. Councilor Romero Worth, as our House parliamentarian, do you have anything to illuminate?
I did look into this a little bit. I don't think there is any blanket rule. And I think, we certainly could impose rules and limit ourselves to particular amount of either time on, say, a public hearing or a land use decision, or, we could limit the amount of time each counselor can speak to an issue and the number of times a counselor can be called upon. I think those are all things that we can make rules about. I think we need to be mindful of the different kinds of hearings we have and the different kinds of issues that we deal with, and sometimes what it takes to create the understanding that's necessary to get to a vote. So I think these are things we can explore, but I don't think we're ready to do. I don't think we're ready substantively to enact such rules tonight.
Thank you.
And Mayor, that wasn't my intent. I just wanted clarification on it, but I will comment that it seems as of late, the reason why some of these meetings are going so late is because of us. And not necessarily, that might not be a bad thing, but if there was a rule, I just thought that I would see what that rule was. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, did you have something you wanted to clarify, please?
Mayor Weber, councilors, yes, I had sent out some possible limitations for the land use hearing that was going to be held tonight that the governing body could have used without actually passing a formal rule. And that's always possible. And I think that's what our parliamentarian also mentioned. We can make it a rule. We could make it, we could look at what's actually on the agenda for a particular situation and assess what level of discussion would be adequate to have everyone have enough information to be able to vote on it. You could also put in particular rules for certain types of things, but in the procedural rules would probably be a good place to do that.
Thank you. Well, I think it's worth some research. I think I saw Mr. Guillen reading Robert's Rules of Order in real time there for a minute, giving us the benefit of his research capabilities. Councillor Viorel, did you want to pick up where you left off?
Well,
or do we go to Councillor Rivera?
I mean, I'm curious. I'm going to have to ask Councillor Dominguez about that because there was actually time frames that he referenced. So I'll just ask him. But I think I don't really want to go there. I think it's more about self-regulation and realizing, trying to be concise. And I'm not saying all of us articulate the same way, but I think it's just important to realize, doing your homework and then being prepared, and then also just trying to be concise. And, we can all follow that rule. You know what I mean? We all have an ability to improve, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Councillor Rivera, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor. So as discussed, and I just wanted to bring it out in public, was we used to have meetings that started at 4 o'clock, and I think this will work now that we're in the COVID model and we're doing everything virtually. However, when we start meeting live again, there may be issues with members of the governing body leaving work at 3:30 versus 4:30. That's one thing to consider. The other thing is that members of the public, especially the district that Councillor Beta and I represent, probably District 4, where many people still work. A lot of people commute from Los Alamos, from Albuquerque to work. They don't get home at 5 o'clock. They get home at 6:30. They have to take care of children, feed children, do homework, whatever the case may be. And it wasn't always easy for them to try to attend a meeting at 6 o'clock and potentially go till 10 o'clock until we actually hear their case or whatever it is they're bringing up. So those are just some things to consider. And I'll support this now because we're in the virtual mode, and I think that'll last till December. But once this sunsets and we look at it again, it may take another 6-month trial of really a live meeting to see how it actually works. So just wanted to bring that up. And again, I will support it now under the situations that we're in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor-Worth, your hand was up, and then Counselor Vihel-Coppler's hand was up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would say that I, like Councilor Rivera, will support this now, but I am fearful that all we are doing is adding an additional hour to our meetings. And, I think to Councilor Cassett Sanchez's point, I think it was she who suggested that, or maybe it was Councilor Abeyta, whoever it was, that, it's incumbent on us to come prepared and to self-regulate. And so I would just emphasize that. I mean, I do think, we need to continue in the agenda setup to pay attention to how much time things take. But I recognize that sometimes things just, have to be heard, and there's not much that can be done to spread it out. So I think, we can pay attention to the agenda, but we also just need to pay attention to how we conduct ourselves in the meetings, and we are partially to blame for the length. So again, I'm not really thrilled about this, but I'm willing to try it out.
Thank you. Counselor Vihel-Coppler, your hand is up too.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to express, as Councilor O'Mara-Worth did, that we are actually adding an hour to our meeting. In Public Works, I suggested that if we're starting earlier, I thought it was so that we would end earlier, that perhaps we should cap the end of our meeting from 11:30 to 10:30. We seem to always vote to go past it anyway, but if we're trying things out, the real savor is to cap the end of the meeting as well, because we will go over. The more time you have, the more you take. And I think I saw something the other day that said, you cut one end of a blanket and then you sew it onto the other end and you think you have a longer blanket. Well, you don't. So I don't see that this does anything except add another hour to our meeting. So, that makes for longer presentations like the one I'm making now. So I support this, but I really think we ought to look at the tail end of what we're doing, because we can always extend it. Maybe that will make us be more concise, to the point, and such. Thank you.
Thank you, but I wouldn't want to have missed the story about the blanket. I think that was worth it. Counselor Cassett Sanchez, your hand is up, and Counselor Romero-Worth, your hand is up again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Counselor Rivera's point, I'm questioning the start of the evening session at 6 o'clock. I know a lot of people are at home, but they are still working at home, or a lot of people are also not working at home anymore, as we have slowly reopened. And quite frankly, I believe in my, however long I've been here now, 7 months on council, there has only been one meeting where we actually got that break, where we ended at 6:30 and didn't start public hearings an hour or so afterwards. So I'm a little hesitant on the 6 o'clock start time for the evening session. And I'm wondering if that 7 o'clock start time is still something that we should aim for, given that we so rarely get to start that evening session at 7 o'clock anyway. Councilor Villarreal, what are your thoughts on
Councilwoman Villarreal, do you want to respond, or did you just respond with a head shake?
I really don't know what's the best formula here, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled about starting at 4 either, to be honest with you, but I'm just not okay with continuing to go so late. And yeah, that's why I put an end time for this, to try it and see what we think and then adjust accordingly, because we may end up wanting to just do what we have been doing, but then set a definite time ending time, and then we just, whatever's not done, it'll roll over until another day. So I'm okay with that too. I think this was just an attempt to try something, because I don't think the way we're functioning I don't think we're functioning very well.
Counselor Romero Worth, and then Counselor Garcia.
I just wanted to address the end time. So I wish in a perfect world that we could have a meeting that started at 4 and ended at 10. The problem is that part of the reason why sometimes our agendas are jam-packed is that there is time-sensitive stuff that must be heard. And I don't know what you do when you have items that have to be heard and you've run out of time because we've all talked so much. And then what do? You know, you can't really run it over and do a new meeting the next day because, you know, we're all, you know, you don't have enough public notice and we're all scheduled. And I just don't know how you deal with the, you know, the making an end time. So I just throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, your hand's up too, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to bring up something I brought up on Monday in regard, which is the size of agenda. I think we can change the hour, start at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. To me, I don't think we're addressing the real challenge here by changing the start time or end time. I think the crux of the challenge here is the agenda. Look at tonight, for example. How many items did we remove from the agenda? If we extended the time, would they have been removed? Probably not. And, you know, with the removal, there went my bet that I made on Monday that we were going to end at 1 o'clock in the morning, because we'll probably won't end at 1, but I'm thinking still 11 o'clock-ish. And that's still with 5 items being pulled. So I think we need to be responsible in how we develop the agenda. And once the agenda comes to us at council, we all take a look and pull items if necessary. I thank Councilor Beta for pulling the public hearing tonight, because I agree, if we would have heard that public hearing tonight, it wouldn't have gotten its fair shot. And we need to, when we're conducting business on behalf of the public, we need to be doing our best. And so I don't know how we could address this, because setting limitations on the agenda necessarily isn't the fix. I think it's just us being responsible in regards to what we think we can adequately address in the time frame we've allotted. I've brought it up in the past when this was initially being proposed, that we look at potentially increasing the frequency of council meetings. If there is that much business in front of us, then I think it's incumbent of us to add additional council meetings. I know that's not probably what people want to hear, but it's either that or we have sessions that are 7, 8, 9 hours long. And if there is important business, we address that in a particular meeting. And if stuff can get moved to the next meeting, fantastic. So I think I like this. I like the idea of being innovative. I do see the challenges of the 6 o'clock start time still, even with folks being home. I mean, I know that once school starts, 6 o'clock time is, as Councilor Rivera said, that's right in the middle of dinner time. That's when I would be making dinner for my family. So I wouldn't have the opportunity to participate. I think we need to be better stewards of the government and ensure that we're being inclusive. And it all comes down to adequately addressing the work we have in front of us. Because I think we all think we can accomplish and climb Mount Everest and get it done in one night. But honestly, is that the best approach? So I think that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Rivera, your hand's up, sir.
Sorry, I just lowered it. I think I agree with Councilor Romero Worth as well as Councilor Garcia. The difficult part about putting an end time is that if you've had somebody waiting from 6 o'clock to be heard, and at 10 o'clock you decide that you're going to cut the meeting short, you've had people, the public, waiting around for 4 hours, and then you decide to cut it off, or we decide to cut it off. So that's a difficult part of that. So the agenda, and then along with what Councilor Romero Worth said, that's what I wanted to reiterate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta, and then Councilor Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just Councilor Garcia had gotten me thinking about when he was talking about us and our agendas. This was the intent of the Good Governance Initiative that myself and Councilwoman Romero Worth started working on before COVID and then the budget. And part of the reason why I had supported increasing contract authority to the manager, because the size that would limit the size of our agenda. And I know we could go back and forth regarding that, but again, that was my attempt in trying to fix this. Maybe not necessarily more city council meetings, but better meetings where we focus on quality issues and issues with the substance. And so I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on one point, I think the other intention here was because we were thinking about starting at 4, is that would actually limit the amount of overtime that staff works, having to be part of our meetings late, 5 and beyond. So I think that was the other piece.
Yep, that's a
Reduce
good point.
overtime. And just so you know, Las Cruces starts their meetings at 1 p.m. Las Cruces City Council. And they go till whenever that's what I was told. They go till whenever they finish. So.
Councilor Romero Worth, I see your hand up.
I make a motion to approve this resolution.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. I didn't weigh in, but I will say I will support this in the spirit of it. Let's experiment. I also think we should take a look at the issues that have been raised around Robert's Rules of Order and how we can better discipline ourselves. I think I don't have Councilor Vihel-Coppler's blanket story, but we all know the old saying, work expands to fill the amount of time you give it. And I share the concern that if we give it more time, it'll simply expand to fill it. So maybe we could have a little working group, informal working group of people who want to look at ways we could self-regulate. I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to get to the same outcome, which is meetings that don't last forever. And it's a combination of agenda item and also council discipline and including me, at which point I will now stop. Could we please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
I suggest each one of us bring a roll of duct tape and put it by our table. I vote yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you. And I think we're in vigorous agreement about what we have to do. Could you please bring us to item M, which is a request for approval to publish?
Yes, sir. Item M is request for approval to publish notice of public hearing on August 26, 2020, and this is for Bill 2020-20. It's an ordinance creating efficiencies, enhancing effectiveness, and eliminating silos by reorganizing the Economic Development Division, Affordable Housing Office, Land Use Department, Tourism Santa Fe Department, and the Arts and Culture Department as divisions of a Community Development Department, organizing the Community Services Department, Police Department, Fire Department, and Office of Emergency Management as divisions of a Community Health and Safety Department, and placing the constituent and council relations into the city clerk's office, replacing section 2-8, Santa Fe City Code 1987, with a new section 2-8 that establishes all city departments, reorganizing existing sections 2-8, 2-14, 2-15, 2-19, and 2-10 as subsections of the new section 2-8. Establishing in ordinance the existing Information Technology and Telecommunications Department and Constituent and Council Services Department, and repealing the sections of Chapter 2 that establish departments that are either becoming divisions or no longer exist. Sections 2-9, 2-10, 2-11, 2-12, 2-13, 2-16, 2-19, 2-21, and 2-23, SFCC 1987. Amending Section 2-22, SFCC 1987, to provide contract internal audit functions and amending Sections 26-1.6 and 26-3.5 regarding the Office of Affordable Housing.
Move to approve, publish notice for public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We have Counselor Rivera's hand is up for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is just a notice to publish, but wanted to ask Ms. McSherry that how does this work in conjunction with item A on the evening session? So if there were changes that were proposed by the public that were accepted by the governing body, the operating budget that affected what we're talking about now, how would that work moving forward?
I think you're muted or you're not being heard. Aaron.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, if the reorg is adopted at the August 26th meeting that will be scheduled for, then anything in the budget that does not reflect that reorg could be adjusted by a budget adjustment, and vice versa. If there's anything in the budget that's not adopted, then we could do the opposite. So we could, anyway, it would be addressed by a budget adjustment if there's anything that is not reflective reorg that gets adopted in the budget.
So the actual notice we're putting forward wouldn't be affected at all by what is adopted.
Mayor, can we?
Counselor Lindell, you might want to mute your video.
That got it. So the question was, if I understood it correctly, Counselor Rivera, or you want to do it yourself? I don't need to, I think the noise affected the city attorney's ability to hear your question.
Did you get the question, Aaron? Did you? Okay, so how would, if the notice that we're approving right now, if we made changes, does the notice have to be, would it be affected in any way moving forward?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I think I understand the question. So if we amend the caption, is that what you're saying? Or if we change what's being?
Imagine that the budget tonight is changed in some fashion that would affect this reorganization proposal. Is the caption an issue at that point if it isn't in sync with what the budget ends up saying?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, it really depends, and we could make changes to the ordinance proposal, the bill, if needed.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the question a bit in reverse, but as I understand it, we're setting this for public hearing, but the budget tonight contains measures that already are linked with reorganizing. So as I understand that the way I have rationalized this, I guess, is that if we approve the budget tonight, no matter what, and then in August, on August 26th, if we make changes or deny the reorganization, then the budget could be adjusted by BARs.
Correct.
And so then my further question is, knowing how we're doing this, which seems to be the cart before the horse, maybe to me, we submit this budget after approval to DFA on a timely basis. Does this then have to go back before them, because there could be substantial changes? Because that would be a whole bunch of BARs.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil-Coppler, so we do notify the Department of Finance and Administration when we make budget changes.
Right. But if in the event things got reversed, big or small, it would not be the same budget really that we submitted to DFA and would in fact, I think, change substantially, perhaps. So I'm just curious about how DFA would perceive that, and I'm not asking for an answer because I know we can't get that, but that is a concern of mine. So I just thought I'd raise it since Councilor Rivera raised his similar concept of the actions and in order or out of order. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. This is Andy from the City of Santa Fe Budget Office. I'm the one who does the reporting to DFA, so I can give you a quick answer on this if I may. DFA really doesn't care how we organize our budget. They care what our budget amounts are, and the budget that they see is actually translated into the DFA chart of accounts. So they're not going to see anything about a community health and safety department or a community development department. They're going to see our budget in their language. So if the reorganization as approved later on does require some budget adjustments, as the city attorney aptly stated, those will become part of our first quarter budget amendments to DFA, and they will approve them at that time with no problem. So there's really no issues to worry about here as far as DFA.
Thank you. I think that's a good response. Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Yes, Andy, since you brought that up, there's been past financial directors that have told us that the organizational chart had to be part of the budget that was presented. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Rivera, as far as I know, there is no statutory requirement for the org chart to be approved. I think that was done more as a matter of internal city policy than any specific DFA requirement.
All right, so we're not presenting an organizational chart when we present this budget.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, there's an amendment that's part of the sent out or as part of the packet to take it out since we're considering the reorg right now.
All right, I just want to make sure there wasn't a requirement from DFA regarding the organizational chart. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions or comments about this request for approval to publish? There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there further discussion? Could you please call the roll?
Of course, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. Item N, please.
Yes, item N is consideration of a resolution creating the Community Health and Safety Task Force. We have Jesse Guillen and Jeff Norris available for questions.
Move for approval as amended.
There's a motion to approve this as amended by Councilor Abeyta. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Lindell. Is there discussion?
Point of clarification.
Clarification question from Councilwoman Villarreal.
And it was not included in our packet. There's a substitute resolution with the amendments that I suggested that we talked about in Public Works. And there was also another amendment by Councilor Vihel Coppler and Garcia that was presented to us, the language today, I think. So, and I'm in favor of those adjustments, the changes they suggested, but I don't know if any of you have seen that yet.
Mr. Mayor, my motion, I was referring to those amendments. I was at Public Works.
But were you referring to the amendments that Councilors Vihel Coppler and Garcia distributed sometime this afternoon? I don't know if everybody's seen that amendment.
I saw the email after Public Works the next day, and yes, I assumed that had gotten taken care of. So my motion included those amendments also.
Okay.
Mayor Weber, point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like there was something that happened after Public Works. Is that accurate, Councilor Villarreal?
We had discussed some adjusted language, but the formal language hadn't been written up at the meeting. And it was completed today, I guess. So that's why I thought we should see it. I'm in support of those changes. I just don't know if everybody else got to see them.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Rivera.
sorry on that point. Jesse did send out something at 5 o'clock that had the amendments.
Right.
I believe that Councilor Villarreal is talking about. They don't take a long time to read. It's pretty brief. So I don't know if the committee wants to take or the council wants to take a minute to look at it. I think it could be done that quick.
I think that's worthwhile, frankly, if we need to be clear about which version and what amendments. Is there a way to quickly go through what the changes are?
So point of order, or point of understanding. So the 5 o'clock email has a new resolution, which I think incorporates the amendments that were offered at Public Works. And then there's a separate amendment from Councilors Vihel-Coppler and Garcia. So I just want to make sure that there's two pieces to that. Am I correct? The new amendment from Councilors Vihel-Coppler and Garcia was not approved and or considered at Public Works.
Okay, so I think Councilor Vihel-Coppler's hand is up. I think you should just introduce that amendment and take the time to read it out loud so we know what it says and there's no doubt about what is in front of us as the amendment that was delivered this afternoon. If you could do that, that would be a
Thank
really good clarification.
Yes, and we did discuss this at Public Works, but we're charged with coming up with new language. So the language in the amendment proposed by myself and Councilor Garcia is a new item H. And it says, provide periodic reports to the governing body on recommendations made to other entities for implementation and seek approval for recommendations where resolutions or ordinances may require governing body adoption prior to implementation. The purpose of this amendment is to address the lack of reporting requirements or what this task force would do with their recommendations. We wanted to facilitate the recommendations and give as we said, just periodic reports to us, but give the task force the ability to seek implementation quickly with the various organizations or entities in city government or elsewhere. Give them the freedom to do that, but where a resolution or an ordinance requires approval of, because whatever the recommendation is, that would come before the governing body. So it just provides a little bit more direction for what this task force is to do with their recommendations.
Councilwoman
my
Villarreal.
motion.
Oh, hang on a second, Councilor Beta. I want to, Councilor Villarreal, do you want to speak to the amendment or clarification thereof?
Not
No.
on that piece. I have something else.
Okay, Councilor Abeta then.
I was just going to clarify my motion included the amendments presented and adopted by the Public Works Committee and the new item H that was just read into the record now by Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler.
Okay, so your motion includes both the existing, the current version or the updated version plus this new amendment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
And who?
And
accepts-
my second stands.
Okay, Councilor Rendell second stands. Now I'll go to you, Councilwoman Villarreal. Your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one correction on what you received for the substitute amendment on page 3. Line 22, it should say community health, comma, public safety, comma, and then the rest of the addition I made. It shouldn't say and or. I had suggested to take that out because it didn't make sense. So that's just one minor adjustment.
Okay, so is that an amendment to the resolution?
Yes.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to take these individually. Instead of I know we're trying to hurry up and
Yeah, I know, but we have
It's
to do it
getting
right.
a little bit complicated, and I have questions about the amendment offered by Counselors Vihel Coppler and Garcia.
Okay.
So I don't know how to unravel this, but
I
I'll
don't,
withdraw my motion, Mayor.
okay. Counselor Lindell, do you withdraw your second?
I don't have anything to second now,
All right, well, so,
but I do. Yes, I do.
all right, thank you. And so I guess the next order of business is the edit that was offered by Councilwoman Villarreal on page 3 of the document, line. Help me here, Councilwoman.
Page 3, line 2, the and or shouldn't be there.
I think you meant line 22.
I don't see it on line 2.
2022, sorry, 22. And this was something that was already edited. It just didn't make it in this version for some reason.
so you're striking the and or you're striking the or?
It's in brackets. It says and or. It should not be in there. It should say community health, comma, public safety, comma, restorative justice, comma, and or social or racial
So the
justice.
second and or stands and you're editing out the first one.
Yes.
So could you present that as a motion?
I move to approve the substitute resolution with the adjustment just described.
Eliminating the bracketed and or on page 3, line 22.
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so now we have a cleaned up version of that document, plus we have, did your motion, Councilwoman Villarreal, include the amendment offered by Councilors Vihel Coppler and Garcia?
We were going to do it separate so
All
that
right,
we.
so let's take it one step at a time. So that's a motion that's on the floor. Now we have a bunch of hands that are up.
Wait, Mayor, you have to vote on that motion, right?
Jesse's hand is up. Well, if we approve that motion, then I don't know how we add the amendment subsequently. Jesse, did you want to help us through this?
Yeah, just a note. I apologize. I think the confusion is that my Adobe version sometimes acts up. So the and or is in brackets and it should be struck through, but sometimes the conversion from Word to Adobe eliminates the strike through.
So it isn't really there anyway.
On my Word document, it shows it as struck through. So you don't need to take action on that.
But we do have a little bit of a tangle here because I'm not sure whether we're adopting if we adopt the resolution without considering Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Garcia's amendment. I don't know how I don't know how we do that. So I think we have to.
So this gets back to my point of clarification. So in the resolution right now, there are changes that were made at Public Works. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Which produced the substitute resolution. There was a discussion about a second amendment that we're going to consider after this.
So then the motion should be to adopt the substitute resolution. And then we can take amendments to the substitute resolution. And then we would have to pass the substitute resolution as and if it is amended, correct, Aaron?
Aaron's.
That would be the most clean, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth.
Okay, so let's proceed down that avenue, which would be, we have so go ahead, Councilor Romero-Worth, you untangle.
Yeah, so Councilor Villarreal, if you could just withdraw your motion and whoever was the second, let's try again.
Okay. I withdraw my motion, but I still want to make a motion to pass the substitute.
I know, but I don't think your motion was offered quite precisely. So if you just withdraw it, we can start over.
I withdraw it.
Okay, who was the second?
Councilor Lindell, you also, I think, were the second again, so I assume you're willing to see that happen. I shouldn't assume. Councilor Lindell, you there?
Yes.
Okay, Back to you, Counselor Romero Worth. Do you have a motion you'd like to offer?
Well, I was just going to coach as parliamentarian, Counselor Villarreal, in your motion.
Make the motion then.
I don't want to steal your thunder. I think the motion needs to be,
Thunder. I just want to keep moving forward. And the problem is we get these things too late and it confuses everybody.
I know, and I wasn't at Public Works, so I'm trying to understand what happened. So I
Yeah.
think you want to make a motion to substitute your resolution.
Yes, make a motion to approve the substitute resolution.
Okay. We have a second. Is there discussion regarding the substitute resolution?
We're adopting the substitute.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Further
All right.
discussion? All right, we should then vote on that.
So, Mr. Mayor, point of order. So now I think whoever wants to amend the resolution beyond the substitute should move to amend the main motion to include that amendment.
But
Then
Aaron,
we
I
vote on-
disagree. So we have, right now you have on the table a resolution. We are saying that we are now adopting the substitute resolution for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I think they already passed the substitute resolution in the form of an amendment in Public Works.
Well, that I don't know.
So what's in front of us is a motion to adopt the substitute resolution, period. And if we want to consider this amendment that was delivered this afternoon, before we vote on the substitute resolution, I think now is the time to do that.
What happened in Public Works? Did you adopt changes to the resolution, or did you adopt, what was the action that was taken in Public Works, or was there no action?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
at Public Works, we adopted the changes presented by Councilor Villarreal. At that time, there was discussion from Councilor Vigil Coppler and Councilor Garcia to add their amendment, which they did via an amendment sheet that is now before us. Their amendment was not approved at Public Works.
Okay, so I think that's helpful. So then so then you already approved the resolution that's in the quote unquote substitute resolution at Public Works. You approve the resolution with amendments at Public Works.
Yes.
So now the only thing that should be before us then is the amendment that's being offered
Correct.
by, I think we can just consider the amendment by Councilor Vigil Coppler and Garcia.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to approve the amendment to the substitute resolution known as a new item H that I read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second for this amendment, and Counselor Romero Worth's hand is up.
And I have a question about this.
Okay,
Let me go back to this. I'm trying to understand. So this says, provide periodic reports to the governing body on recommendations made to other entities for implementation. Who would be the other entities?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, we don't know. Those would be either internal departments or they would be external. According to all of the parties that were mentioned or potentially mentioned in the substitute resolution. There's many organizations. Some of them could be within, some of them could be external. So if you want to choose another word for entities, I'm certainly open to that. But what the purpose of this is to not require governing body approval for everything this task force does, to give them more freedom to act and start implementing good changes that the task force agrees on. But that if there's any resolution or ordinance that requires, like, who knows what these recommendations will be. But if there's a resolution or an ordinance that requires approval by the governing body, that would have to come to us.
But see, that's where it's redundant. So the second part, so that's why I'm trying to understand the first part, because the second part, if it is a resolution or an ordinance, by its very nature, it has to come to us. You don't have to direct that it come to us.
Well, we wanted to provide a little more clarity because this is a new task force and it's going to have new members. It certainly is going to be guided by 2 able city councilors. But this is what the discussion was at Public Works, that we wanted a little more direction within the resolution. And we didn't vote on it because we hadn't written it yet. But
So would it serve your purposes if it said, provide periodic reports to the governing body on recommendations for implementation, including, well, just leave it at that?
Well, I believe and I could be corrected, the Public Works Committee felt like there are some things the governing body would want to approve.
But by their very nature, if it's an ordinance or resolution, you can't just ordain that, even if you're 2 city councilors. You'd have to come to us to do that. So it seems like what you want is you want them to provide periodic reports to the governing body about recommendations they have, no matter their nature.
Well, all I can tell you is that wasn't the discussion and at the time intent of the Public Works Committee, but I'll defer to the bill's sponsor.
Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up and so is Councilor Rivera. You want to go first, Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yeah, I think the reason why it was written in this way is because there may be some things that the task force comes up with, recommendations that can be implemented by a department automatically because it adjusts their procedures, if you will, and it wouldn't necessarily need to go through the process by formulating a resolution or ordinance to do so. That was the discussion. Whereas there may be bigger policy changes that would require an ordinance, which we know would go through the governing body.
So maybe just leave that second half off, because that comes to us anyway, it has to, and just say that what you're interested in is what does this task force direct that doesn't have to be approved by us? That's what you want to know about, right, Councilor Vijo-Koppler?
I think the purpose,
Whoa, slow down a minute, slow down. So Councilor Villarreal, this was, you originally made the substitute resolution, and I don't, Councilor Mayor Worth trying to clarify Councilor Vijo-Koppler and Councilor Garcia's newest amendment.
Right.
Do you want to speak to it or should?
That's what I was referring to with this language. The other thing that it wasn't very clear in the resolution is that this task force could make recommendations that will be considered, not just ideas, not just concepts, but there's actual recommendations that get pushed forward, whether it's something that we can change internally or it has to go through in the form of an ordinance to the governing body. So I don't think it was clear in the resolution. So we were trying to find language that would show that this body, this entity will make recommendations, and it's not just a feel-good recommendation thing. It actually has goals that will push it along.
Okay. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Villarreal summed it up nicely. The other thing I wanted to just bring up or just let you know that some of the outside entities that we may be making recommendations for are like the RECC or the Training Academy, Law Enforcement Training Academy. RECC is governed by all of us, but it's housed at the county and they have a jurisdiction there. And then the Law Enforcement Academy, again, run by the state police, and they have jurisdiction there as well.
City Attorney, do you want to wait until after Councilwoman Romero Worth speaks, or did you have a point of clarification for where we are right now?
Mayor Weber, I had a point on Councilor Rivera's clarification. I would suggest that any recommendations from this task force are made to the governing body and then are adopted pursuant to a resolution, whatever they are, because otherwise it will not be a recommendation of the city. It will be a recommendation of the task force to the city. And really the task force should be advising the city, and then the city can adopt or not adopt those recommendations. So really the best way for the actual effectuation of whatever those recommendations are going to be would be through some sort of legislation, either ordinance or a resolution.
Councilor Rivera, did that speak to your point?
So just wanted to make sure, Ms. McSherry, so we may potentially be looking at policies and procedures, sometimes on use of force. And if they can change something internally without having to go through the governing body process, which may take 2 to 4 weeks, why would we not allow the police department to do that administratively?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, this task force will not have administrative oversight over any personnel of the city. That really needs to go through the city manager. So basically the task force is an advisory committee, which is created pursuant to our ordinance about advisory committees. And that's advice should go back to the governing body. So that's its authority. And so anything it recommends the proper person to implement, it would have to go back through the center of the policy making for the city. Like the police don't take guidance from task force. They can certainly participate, but there will only be 2 counselors on the task force, and the purpose is to make recommendations to the city overall.
I mean, that's fine. It just seems like an extra level of bureaucracy especially when you're looking at use of force issues. There are potentially some things that should be done immediately, and to have to go through the entire process, I know will be frustrating to the task force.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia or Rivera, so certainly if there's changes that don't require a resolution and the departments want to work with the city manager to make those changes, they can certainly do that. But the task force does not directly advise the police department.
On this point,
Yes, Councilor Romero-Worth.
this is exactly what I was trying to get to. So I completely agree with this city attorney. And I think, but what I'm hearing though, is that there may be stuff that you want to get going on right away and other things that are going to take longer time. So I think maybe what the amendment needs to say is the task force will make preliminary recommendations by X time, in a month, in 2 weeks, whatever is appropriate. And we'll issue a final report at the end of 3 months, because I think that's the length of time of this thing, so that you could have, some immediate things happening while you're waiting for them to complete the entire picture of what it is we want to be changing. But I think you cannot, I agree completely with the city attorney. The recommendations of this task force need to come back to the governing body. And then we need to either, if they require ordinance changes or resolutions, then we need to do those. But to say that, yeah. So anyway, I won't belabor it.
Got it. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilor Rivera's point on expediency, if we were to move things through, we could suspend the regular flow through committees and just put it straight on discussion, correct?
City Attorney, what would it have to do to qualify? It would have to be defined as an emergency of some kind, wouldn't it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, it would either be an emergency or there'd have to be something unusual about it that would justify a less prolonged procedure, which certainly if there is something that task force thinks is a matter that has time issues, then it probably falls under the second category.
I mean, if we have a use of force policy that we think is not the safest use of force for our residents, would that constitute as something that could bypass the process?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, this body would not adopt use of force policies, but it could certainly set parameters like limitations. Like if you want to make something illegal, then that would be through an ordinance.
All right, thank you.
It sounds as if many of the things that are in this proposed amendment are simply calling for us to do business the way the city attorney is describing we're supposed to do business, which is recommendations in order to become effective have to go through the governing body either as a resolution or as an ordinance, which is how our laws and regulations stipulate we need to do business. If I'm understanding you correctly, city attorney, I mean, there is no uniform. If the question is, can this task force simply make self-initiated changes to city code or ordinance or even go directly to the police academy. It has to first, to be effective, come through the city, the governing body for a resolution or an ordinance change, which is what Councilors Vihil, Coppler, and Garcia are calling for us to do. You're saying that's exactly right. That's what we have to do, if I understand correctly.
Mayor Weber, I am saying that we would have to go through that process. I'm not sure what's necessarily the intent of the authors.
No, I didn't mean to interpret their intent. I'm just describing the effect. The effect is that we have to bring these things through the governing body.
If I could,
Yes, Councilwoman Romero.
what I'm hearing from the people who participated in this conversation at Public Works is that there is, most task force, like let's say whether we should have a public bank, right? We had a task force on a public bank, and they did a whole study, and they came with this whole picture of what needed to happen, and they brought that forward all at once. What I'm hearing is that this task force may have things that they're ready to do quickly, and they don't want to wait for a full report to be done by the task force in 3 months. And so I think what would happen then is that they would, so let's say the task force wants to make recommendations about use of force. I think they could make recommendations about a particular subject area and have that would have to come to the governing body. And then we would have to say, yes, we agree, let's do that. And whatever the changes are, whether it's resolution or ordinance, that's what would happen.
Right. And that would certainly be guided by the co-chairs saying we have something that's ripe, but we'd like to bring to the governing body. It doesn't even need to be legislated. It's just how they would conduct the business of the task force.
Right. So I think what we need is language. If that's what we were trying to achieve, just language saying that, the task force will make recommendations to the governing body as necessary to implement changes in policy. And then we will do whatever it is we need to do based on whatever it is. But to say that they're going to make but back to the point of the city attorney, you can't have the task force making recommendations to entities, whether they're the RECC or the police force, on their own. That's not the authority they have.
Okay. I see additional hands are up, including Councilwoman Villarreal, and I don't know if the city attorney is wishing to speak or thinking about wishing to speak.
Mayor Weber, just to clarify what I had said earlier, so on the language that's on the table, it does talk about essentially telling the governing body what recommendations it's made to other entities. And as clarified, it sounds like the other entities contemplated are those that Councilor Romero Worth mentioned, like the RECC and the police department. So if that is the intent, then it does seem like some sort of amendment to that portion would be appropriate before the governing body adopts this type of an amendment.
Okay, Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm mindful of the time since we spoke earlier about trying to be expeditious.
Right. The whole intention and the makers of the amendment can jump in, but it's really to add language because we did not explicitly say that this body, this task force, we talk about them assessing ways, examining things, exploring, blah, 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 providing opportunity for a broad cross-section of this community to weigh in, examine, but there's no specific letter after G that says, and it will provide recommendations to whoever, whether it's a governing body. Yes, I mean, ultimately, that's what I think we all thought about. But there would be things that could probably be done more expeditiously than others.
So just say make recommendation periodically to the governing body. Add that onto the list.
That would certainly speak to the point you're making, Councilwoman Villarreal, that you would like to see something, and I gather both the other sponsors of this amendment want to see something that explicitly says these recommendations will come before the governing body. What do you think, Councilwoman Vihel Coppler? Is there a way to, is that your, I don't want to guess your intent, but reading between the lines, the goal was what Councilwoman Villarreal said, which is there should be recommendations from this task force that come before the governing body.
Sounds-
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I'll go ahead and make an amendment to our amendment
okay,
because that is, Councilor Villarreal hit it on the nail on the head. That's what we spoke about at Public Works. I brought it up that we charge them with all this work, but what's the deliverable? So let's change the amendment to provide periodic reports to the governing body. Leave it at that. Because we can't, we were hoping in our discussion at Public Works that we wouldn't stall change that we can hope happen immediately. I think that's what our constituents are asking for, and we were hoping to include that in the amendment. And so if that is not allowable by our procedures and processes,
right.
then we will have to remove that. So I'll move that the amendment now read, provide periodic reports to the governing body as is. I mean, period.
Where are you inserting that?
Item H.
Okay, fine.
Page
I'll
three.
I'd second that.
I already
Page
seconded.
3.
Okay, you can have it.
Point of order.
Point of order from Councilwoman Villarreal, and Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez, her hand up.
The whole point was to add the word recommendations. You're not saying that now.
Oh,
Provide-
I apologize. I'll provide periodic reports on
And recommendation.
recommendations to the governing body.
I think that is now speaking to the earlier concern.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Villarreal. I apologize.
Councilor Vihel Coppler, does that meet your second?
That meets my second, and I would like to say, in addition to why we considered this, is we didn't want to create a bureaucratic bottleneck. And that's our intention. We were trying to be good stewards to get something done.
Good enough.
But I think this fixes what everybody might be concerned about. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Does that solve your question, Councilor Cassett Sanchez? It does. There's a motion. There's a second. Is there more discussion? We have to vote on this amendment and then we can go to the main body. Could we call the roll on this amendment?
Mayor, I'm sorry. I think we need to have the first amendment removed. That was made by Councilor Vihel Coppler, seconded by Councilor Garcia. And then we can.
Okay, good catch.
Councilor Vihel-
So Councilor Vihel Coppler, you had made an earlier motion about the language that we previously were just
I
discussing.
shall remove.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'll second,
Thank
and I'll
you.
make a motion to insert on line 3, page 18, insert item H, which will read, provide periodic reports and recommendations to the governing body.
And I'll resecond.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we've cleared the path. Could you please call the roll on that amendment?
Yes, sir. Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Heavens, yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Now we have the substitute resolution is in front of us as amended. Is there a motion for that?
Motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Motion from Councilor Garcia, second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there further discussion? If not, please call the roll.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber, sorry.
That's okay. Yes, I vote yes, and I
Thank you.
I
Motion is
am very, very enthusiastic about the adoption of this and eager to see it begin its work. So thank you, everybody. Could you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, this is consideration for resolution extending the state of emergency proclaimed by the mayor on July 27th, 2020 by 60 days pursuant to section 20-1.2 C SFCC 1987.
Okay. Is there a motion or is there discussion of this proposed extension?
Move for approval.
We have a motion from Councilor Beta and a second from Councilwoman Romero Worth and a hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point to make. I understand the intentions of this. The piece that we're talking about, not removing encampments, the one thing I want to make certain is that we are aware that there are certain health and safety issues for people in those encampments to stay in the arroyos, and that we shouldn't think that everybody's should be equally treated, that the health and safety and even possibly environmental issues of people having encampments in arroyos or other waterways, that we're not considering that that's also a potential health and safety issue for them and for the surrounding environment, people, and also our waterways, et cetera. So I just want that to be known that that's not something that I'm supportive of. I want to just make sure that we are cognizant that not all situations are equal for this.
Good point. And I think the procedures that are laid out or that are in the process of being stipulated or worked out involve exactly that kind of inspection and careful oversight. So your concern is very well noted and very appropriate. Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick point of clarification. In the original proclamation, we approved the city manager to sign contracts higher than, was it 200,000 or?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
what?
The city attorney's hand is up real quick before we go any further, because I may have spoken too quickly.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the 200,000 was actually an ordinance change and it was not related to the proclamation of emergency. So it changed our emergency management ordinance to allow the city manager to do that when an emergency, a pandemic is declared as a public health emergency. So it's actually separate from the proclamation.
It wasn't contained in the proclamation itself, to be clear.
Right. Okay, but by default, extending this extends that authority.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I believe it's the state's proclaimed emergency, but I can verify that for you really quickly.
Okay, and while you're verifying that, just a quick question, and this is more so for the city manager. What contracts have been signed using that new authority? Because it was previously 50,000, right? So what contracts have been signed since March, I take it, since we passed the ordinance?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I do not have an accounting of that for you right now. I can provide one, but I can tell you that it hasn't been. I will provide you that list.
Okay, and I would just ask that it be distributed to the council, because I thought that we had asked that when those changes or those contracts we would get regular updates, and maybe I missed it, but I don't remember getting updates on what has been approved. And so, sorry, Aaron, I'll let you clarify. I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Councilor. City Attorney, you got it?
Mayor Webers, I do. It's when a state of emergency is declared due to the spread of a contagious disease declared to be a public health emergency by the New Mexico Department of Health or recognized by the World Health Organization as a pandemic. So it's actually not coupled with our proclamations, but it's associated with the state's declaration or a world pandemic designated by the World Health Organization.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Ms. McSherry. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions, or I guess we have a motion on the floor. Other discussion? Councilor Casas Sanchez. Councilor Lindell, could you take the helm for a minute while I step away?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Real quick, Councilor Garcia, I believe on your point, please correct me if I'm wrong. When we get our quarterly budget updates. Aren't all contracts that were signed by the city manager in there? Can somebody confirm that for me?
Counselor Lindell, I think I can answer that. Counselor Lindell.
Please.
Okay. Counselor Cassett Sanchez, I think those are all the changes to the budget number. So I'm not sure if they include all contracts, but they would include any that changed our budget.
Proceed, Counselor.
That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't have, you have to wave your hand at me. I can't see whose hand is up. Anyone else? Are we ready to vote?
Let's vote.
Let's vote. Do we have a motion?
There is a motion.
We have a motion, we have a second, and we've completed discussion. Does the clerk want to call the roll?
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. Counselor Lindell,
You got to vote, Counselor Lindell.
you're on mute, Counselor.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you, Counselor Lindell, for steering the boat. That brings us to the next item. If you could read us into it, please, City Clerk.
Yes, this is consideration of a resolution permitting city departments to seek retroactive approval of contracts for fiscal year 2021 for up to 90 days. And we have Fran Dunaway available for any questions.
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Counselor Romero Worth to approve this item.
Second.
There is a second. Is there discussion? Could you please call the roll?
Of course, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
So it's 4 minutes to 7, proving that work does expand to fill the amount of time we give it. Matters from the city manager, anything?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the entire city team for all the work being done over the budget. It's been ebbs, flows, ups, downs. So everyone, the whole team, led by the finance committee, department directors on down, we're living in a world of uncertainty. It will continue. But I think the document you guys will discuss later tonight, we owe a debt of gratitude to our entire city team. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings me to anything from our city attorney.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I did just want to let everyone know it's about time for my quarterly litigation update, which I did not put on the calendar looking at the agendas for this month. And I will be sending out a written quarterly update, and I'm happy to answer questions. And I think we will have to look at the 12th agenda. There had been thoughts of having an executive session then regarding some real property matters. We might need to reconsider that. So I'll talk to the city manager and we'll look at how that August 12th agenda shapes up, but I could answer questions then as well. And we could do a follow-up to it, but it may depend on the agenda. That is coming.
And from the city clerk.
Nada esta noche, gracias.
Bueno. And from our, do you want to do communications from the governing body right now very quickly, or would you prefer to defer that till later? I hear somebody's clock is chiming. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. All right, matters from communications from the governing body. Councilor Rivera.
I have nothing this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Lindell. She's shaking her head no, the record will show. Councilor Abeta.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Heads are being shaken. Councilor Romero Worth.
All good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, tell us what's in behind you.
So I'm going to break the trend. I got something. I'm currently right behind me is Young Park. It's actually right down the street from me. So we are in my neighborhood tonight. That building behind me, Johnny's Market. I remember going to that place as a little kid. It's those old fashioned markets that I really miss. You know, that's what I think made Santa Fe so special, you know, being home if you needed to run down the street to get a canned good or whatever it was, but yeah, that's where we're at. Young Park here, right off of Navajo, right, Cerritos Road area. But that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Johnny's Cash.
Mayor, can we
No,
back up?
Johnny's Cash is on Palace. This is Johnny's Market.
Johnny's not the cash.
Mayor,
Councilor
this is-
Villarreal, who's holding up a hand? I'm seeing
Thank
signs.
you. I was going to have Councilor Villarreal enter her.
Oh, you need to introduce something.
Yes, I forgot.
I apologize. I didn't prompt you. Go right ahead, Councilor Villarreal.
So Councilor Lindell and I are introducing amendment to the ordinance restricting certain vehicles from traveling on a portion of Sabino Street running east-west between St. Francis Drive and De Vargas Mall. That's all.
Thank you. And was there anybody else who had I think Councilor Vihil Coppler has the floor and she has something to introduce as well.
Thank you. I want to introduce a resolution supporting the 9th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive.
Thank you. Anything else? It's your turn.
No, but I have a beautiful New Mexico Zia symbol behind me. Used to be the entrance to my former in-laws property.
I see it. It's very lovely.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No. In that case, it's 7 o'clock. I propose we take a 5-minute break.
Can we do a 10-minute bio break, please?
All right, rather than a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break. And then we'll resume promptly at 10 after 7 and begin the evening session. Thank you, councilors. I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilor Garcia, for the correction. All right. Okay, we're coming back into session. I see folks joining us now. Counselor Garcia is here. Thank you. And Councilwoman Villarreal and okay, I think I don't want to name everybody by name. We're all we're coming into order. And we're ready to start the 7 o'clock session at 7:11 in a minute, as soon as we get everybody else on board. Let's see. Councilor Rivera, Councilor Abeyta, Councilor Vigil Koppler, there's Councilor Rivera. Looks like you just finished dinner, Councilor Rivera.
Still in the process, Mayor.
All right. I didn't mean to put you on the hot seat. It was just when you were doing this, I thought, okay, that's sign language for finito. All right. I think we're missing. Is Councilor Abeyta on the other page now? Or has he, where'd he go?
Mayor, we're waiting on him. Christine's going to bring him in right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
when we restart, could we announce the changes that we made to the agenda again?
yes. When we restart, I'm going to go through and ask Christine to go through both the order of business and also some of the ways in which we'll be handling public input. I think she has some things that need to be done in order to manage the people coming into and out of the public comments. So we'll go over both of those things as soon as everybody comes on board, including our city clerk.
I'm here, Mayor.
Oh, good. If the camera's off, I'm not always sure who's present or not present. Glad you're there.
You bet.
Thank you. So we're close to having everybody on board. I don't see Councilor Vigil Koppler, and she usually does have her video engaged when she's with us. So let's wait a minute more on getting everybody here. There she is. Thank you. So I think we're all present and accounted for, or in the process of being present and accounted for. There have been some changes to the evening agenda, as the order of it, and one item has been postponed due to a prior motion. The item involving the Geo Lane that was on the agenda as items D and E involving Geo Lane has been postponed. So that won't be considered tonight. If you are waiting for a chance to speak to that, it will not be on the agenda tonight. We also reorganized the order of business so that we would start by taking up items B, which has to do with a nuisance abatement ordinance, and item C, which has to do with an economic development ordinance involving La Puerta Original. So those would come before the hearing on the city's budget. I'm going to ask if Christine Michalczyk can talk to us about some of the ways you will be managing the input and comments from public members, whether it's on petitions from the floor or it's on the matters that are public hearings. So Christine, do you want to advise some folks? Go ahead, Yolanda. Did I miss
Excuse me, Mayor and Christine. Mayor, if you could please, or I will announce that the Geo Lane General Plan Amendment and rezoning has been postponed to August 12th.
Okay, August 12th is the new date.
August 12th. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That nails it down. So with that, Christine, you are going to be managing a lot of the Zoom work of having people come into the meeting room in order to speak. Can you describe some of the things that you want folks to be aware of?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for anyone that is listening and the attendees right now, if you will please make sure that your screen name reflects your full name. So I will not be calling on anybody if they do not have their full name in as their screen name. Additionally, when you are called on to speak, you will unmute your microphone, and then you will state your name. When it's an item that you're ready to speak to, please raise your hand. There's a raise your hand feature, so I'll need you to raise your hand. And then additionally, if this is the only item that you're speaking to, then you will be removed from the meeting and you will need to continue to watch on our YouTube channel. So Mayor, that's just a few things. So again, please make sure your screen name is your full name. Please make sure you state your name when you start to speak, and then you do have 1 minute to speak. And Yolanda, our city clerk, will be timing, and then I will be removing people at that time. So raise your hand if you want to speak, and then you have 1 minute, basically.
Okay, and there are different items, so people need to, the part about raising hands has to do with which item you wish to address.
Correct. And you do need to state if you are speaking to multiple items or just one item, Mayor.
Okay. So let's begin then with the petitions from the floor. So I assume, Christine, your request is anyone who has a petition from the floor, they would raise their hand at this time. If they are speaking to items later on the agenda, whether it's for the budget or anything else, don't use the petitions from the floor time to speak to the public hearings that come later this evening. Hold until those items are in front of us. But petitions from the floor can cover other issues that you wish to address. So with that in mind, Christine, you'll be managing the people whose hands are raised, and each individual will have a minute to address the governing body, and then the city clerk will keep the clock, and you will have the your handle on the technology for telling folks when their time is up.
Correct. So the first person with their hand raised is Kate McHale. Kate, you are now allowed to speak. Your microphone is unmuted. If you could again, please state your name, and then also is petitions from the floor the only item you'll be speaking to tonight?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kate McCahill. Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. I'm a taxpayer and civil servant living in Santa Fe, and I wish to remind Mayor Alan Weber in particular, and our leadership in general, that the mark of a weak leader is one who responds to those who challenge his views with mockery, condescension, and derision. Strong leaders lean in, setting their egos and agendas aside to listen hard. When they respond, it is with thoughtfulness, compassion, and grace, extending to their constituents the dignity and respect they are owed. I wish to thank those city leaders who choose to communicate productively and with grace, for you are the ones capable of fostering meaningful collaboration and long-lasting equity in Santa Fe and wherever you go. I appreciate your attention here tonight. Thank you.
Too. Thank you. Christine, who's next?
All right, Mayor, next up will be Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie, you have been unmuted. And then also, Stephanie, can you please let me know, will you be speaking to other items this evening?
Yes, I would.
Okay, perfect. I'll keep you in the room. And then if you could please state your name and your time will start.
Okay, Stephanie Beninato. I have a few items to speak about. The obelisk, I understand that the marker that explained the word rebel that was put there in 1999 has gone missing, and nobody seems to know where it is. And I think that that speaks to emergency powers that are used without much planning and without much foresight. And I would like Mayor Weber to let us know where that part of the monument is. I'm also concerned about the proliferation of porta potties in rights-of-ways and sidewalks. I think if you have a porta potty, you're doing a construction project, you should be able to find a place on the construction site to put the porta potty. We have one on my block right now. I think it just got cleaned out this afternoon, but the smell was overwhelming. It's been there for 10 days. In terms of recreation, kind of wondering what's happening with Salvador Perez and why there's no plans to open it since you just spent $2.5 million on it. Why Bicentennial isn't opened yet. And at the same time, I just want to thank you for opening the pools. Thank you so much.
All right, Mayor Danny Katz is next. Danny, you're up, and if you could again, please let me know if you'll be speaking to only this item or other items this evening, and then state your name and your address.
Yes, I will be speaking to other items. My name is Danny Katz. I live in Santa Fe. And I am also calling you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, to step into courageous, compassionate leadership. We are facing a huge crisis, and I see you guys responding as best you can to the governor's unlawful dictates. However, New Mexico is a really diverse state, and the things that she's ordering are not serving Santa Fe, and we are in very real economic crisis. And so I'm very excited to know that you guys are considering this living sanctuary proposal, which will allow Santa Fe to thrive economically, holistically, psychologically, emotionally. And I really encourage you guys to lead with a vision that allows Santa Fe to thrive instead of continuing to react and to fight back to this ever unfolding cascade of emergencies that will inevitably continue. I think it's very important that we hold Santa Fe sovereign and that you lead us with that courage and with that compassion that I know animates all of you in highest service to Santa Fe's survival and to all of these families.
Ms. Katz, your time is up.
Thank you.
Yes, the next person with their hand up is Michael Blashin. Michael, you've been unmuted. And then again, if you can please let me know, will this be the only item you're speaking to tonight?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay, also please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Michael Blanchin, P.O. Box 31460, Santa Fe 87594. The television and mainstream media have been clearly established as tools of mass persuasion and control. There are an abundance of books on this subject, one of which is Crystallizing Public Opinion by America's greatest propagandist, Edward Bernays. The principle is simple. You repeat something over and over and have experts and officials endorse that message while omitting or dismissing all contradictory views. Once this impression has been stamped into the minds of individuals, the large majority of individuals are left psychologically incapable of changing their minds. A simple example of this is the process from our lifetimes is the Saddam has weapons of mass destruction meme. Even after, number one, the claim was shown to be a lie, two, numerous motivations for the lie were established, and three, no weapons were actually found, polls even to this day show that over 60% of the American public still believe that he had weapons of mass destruction. That was just one example. There are many others. It's because of this knowledge of mainstream media's role that some of us question and investigate. Why is it that Texas medical doctors Richard Bartlett and Brian Proctor are successfully treating assumed coronavirus patients with 100% success using an inexpensive standard treatment, and yet the American public has not been informed of their work?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor, the next and last person with their hand up for petitions from the floor is Oshana Spring. Oh, someone else just raised their hand. So Oshana is now allowed to speak. Will this be the only item you're speaking to this evening?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Please state your name and your address, and then your minute will start.
Oshana Spring, 3 Montecito, 87506. Dear Mayor and Councilor, I'm sure you want to be on the winning side. I'm sure you want to align with the will of the people. You know the globalists have already lost. In some cities, the powers that were have duped the council and mayor to think they have won. And unfortunately, many of the media program people out there are still going ba, 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 but many are waking up to the fact that we, the people, run this show and are calling our representatives to task. We, on the winning side, that side which gives truth and freedom to the people, know what's happening and want you to share in that knowledge and perform accordingly. Because really, don't you want to be on the winning side? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, let's see, there is an individual who is just calling in by phone. So if you are calling on a phone line, you've now been allowed to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm only going to speak to address this issue. My name is Adam Steinberg. Are you hearing me correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I've been listening to your weekly addresses. Back, I think it was in Juneteenth Day, you were saying that the numbers are starting to go up and that we should be concerned because it will only be a few more weeks, if I recall correctly, you said, until the hospitals start to reflect the number of people there. To date, as far as I can tell, the hospitals are not reflecting that in any manner. And if you do the math and actually go to the New Mexico Health website, we'll see that if you divide the number of cases by the number of tests, that we are still under 2% or very close. That is extremely low. And on top of that, those numbers are extremely questionable. From what I possibly understand is true is that people who are sick in the hospital who actually have tested positive are being tested on a daily basis in order to be released, and that those numbers are being included. I'm not positive of this, but there's really truly no way for a citizen to get this information.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, the next person who would like to speak under this is Andrew Hunt. Andrew, is this the only item you'll be speaking to this evening?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Please state your name and your address and your minute will start.
Andrew Hunt, 3600 Cerrillos Road, Suite 505, 87505. My name's Andrew Hunt. I'm a business owner here in Santa Fe. My company's called Love Builds. Santa Fe has been my livelihood for 22 of the past 27 years. I love this city. My men and I helped build the Rail Yard Park. My daughters and I have been to over 200 art openings. I'm asking the question, could Germany and Japan be models for reopening our beautiful city? We're at risk of having our city die. I remember Meow Wolf when it started on 2nd Street, and now it's grown to be part of a world-class destination. Santa Fe is a world-class destination. It's a sanctuary city. It's health and wellness and lifestyle. Great food are all part of world consciousness. People come here from all over the world. Let's get this place back opened and get these tourists here and get that billions of flowing back toward us. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, councilors, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Christine, are there other folks who want to be heard under the petitions from the floor item on the agenda?
No, Mayor, at this time, those all individuals who had their hand up have been called upon.
Okay, thank you for handling that. And that then means that we would move to the public hearings, starting with the one that was originally slotted as item B, but which now is the next item on the agenda. So could the city clerk please read us into this? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. This item is consideration of Bill 2020-18. This is an ordinance relating to the nuisance abatement ordinance, section 10-9 SFCC 1987, amending section 10-9.2 to align the intent with the purpose of the bill, amending section 10-9.3 to amend and add definitions, amending section 10-9.4 to make the property owner responsible, repealing and readopting a new section 10-9.5 to establish a process for a nuisance investigation and abatement process, repealing and readopting a new section 10-9.6 to establish tenants' rights, amending section 10-9.7 to establish enforcement provisions to hold the property owner accountable, amending section 10-9.8 regarding reservation of legal options, amending section 10-9.9 regarding appeals, amending section 10-9.10 to remove extraneous language, repealing section 10-9.11 regarding supplementary remedies for public nuisances, and amending section 10-9.13 regarding the right of entry. We have Michael Prince and Jennifer Fabian presenting.
Thank you. So, Michael or Jennifer, is there a quick overview before we go to public input on this item? I think the council members who are listed as sponsors are quite familiar with what is contained in it, and I'm not sure it takes a lot of overview to revisit it, but if there's any summary you'd like to present to the public that is tuning in at this point, that might be useful. Jennifer or Michael, who wants to take it up? Jennifer, you want to unmute?
Sure, I can jump in first. We really just wanted to make the nuisance ordinance a more workable and enforceable law for the city to follow. It allows the city to be a lot more proactive in dealing with these properties that tend to be chronic problems or chronic nuisances in their neighborhood, and protect the quality of life in the neighborhoods where these properties are. We didn't change any land use codes. We really just set out a stronger enforcement mechanism and a stronger process for dealing with these properties, and really creating a partnership between those property owners and the city, and allowing them to abate the nuisance before we take really strong action. But we did add a little bit of teeth kind of at the end of that process, where we can fine these properties if they don't come into compliance. So that's kind of a quick overview. I don't know if the sponsors would like to say anything more.
I think let's toss. We have some very well engaged sponsors who knew exactly what they were working on and why. Councilor Lindell, we just go down the line. Anybody who wants to speak to this, your name is first on the list, Councilor. I'll call on you first, and then others who wish to speak to it may as well, because I think it's a very good adjustment to our nuisance ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. And trying to be expedient in these meetings, I'm really not going to comment much on this. We've had some properties that we've been working on for a very, very long time, some of them over a year, that have caused great harm in the neighborhoods where they sit. And we really didn't have a mechanism for helping those people to be better neighbors. And numerous police calls to these properties. So I appreciate the co-sponsors. We got together, and Jennifer did a lot of work on this, and we got it done. You know, maybe it needs some tweaking later on, but for now, this is way improved from what we had before. So thank you for letting me comment on it.
Thank you. Other of the sponsors who want to speak to the value and the work that went into this, Councilwoman Villarreal, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I think it's also important to note that this also triggers a way for police responses to start calculating how many nuisance responses they go to in certain homes or neighborhoods. So I think it's just important. We never had a mechanism in order to track that and have a triggering system for it. So I think that was an important change, and it would create an internal nuisance investigation. And it does give property owners a chance to be able to make right. And so I think this is also in response to a lot of prodding from neighborhoods that in some cases have had nuisance situations that have affected their public health, safety and well-being. And in one instance, almost over 30 years, a neighborhood has had to deal with a situation in the same property. So this is not the end all, but this is just in response to, I think, what's been long overdue in improving our nuisance ordinance. And I wanted to thank Jennifer for all the work she did in terms of the research and the different iterations and the different, I guess, just the amount of time it takes to go through different versions of this was very helpful. And it's helpful to have a staff person to be able to help us with that. So thank you, Jennifer, and thank you to our attorneys for helping with this as well.
Thank you. Councilor Vijo Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's any secret that these nuisance properties for all kinds of reasons are big problems in Santa Fe. I know about these even from before being a city councilor. And as a realtor, I know about all kinds of properties because the lack of upkeep and the nuisance properties that are around town do affect property values very big time. Of course, those who have to live nearby, that's the least of their concerns. The most of their concerns are the safety and well-being of themselves and their family. But without addressing this in a more proactive, strong enforcement way, we're giving permission for transients and drug use in these vacant properties, and just the lack of people feeling safe. And my interest in seeing how this works is in expediency, because it does take a very long time to address these issues. And also for someone who has to live next door to a nuisance property, you could triple by 100 that amount, which would be 300. It's an eternity. So I hope that we can get these nuisance properties addressed and addressed quickly. And I'll be, wondering and taking a look at how this will work. And if more amendments need to be proposed to hunker down and get more serious, a little bit more hammer on it, then I would be wanting to come back and do that. This is a real problem in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be as quick as possible. I just want to say I'm thrilled that this is on final passage tonight. This is something that I heard about when I was running for city council, when I was going door to door in various neighborhoods in my district. And there were people who were very concerned about these types of properties and the city's ability to respond. So I think with the passage of this changes to our ordinances, we will be better able to respond. And as has been pointed out, we'll be able to work with the property owners. And if that doesn't work, then we have other avenues that we can take to help deal with these properties. And I also would like to thank Jennifer. We never could have done this without her or the city attorney's office in pulling this all together. So this is an example of where having staff for the council has proved itself in spades. So I do have one quick change, which is on page 4 under the definition of person. Let me just read it. It says person means natural persons and every legal entity whatsoever, including but not limited to sole proprietors, corporations, limited liability companies, partnerships, limited partnerships, and associations. The language in there is quite broad. It does say every legal entity whatsoever, including but not limited to. So it's not a complete list, but I would like to add to the list of examples the word trusts after limited liability companies. So it would be on line 8, limited liability companies, comma, trusts, and then comma, partnerships, if that would be an amendment that the governing body would accept.
Okay, I assume that's going to take an amendment.
It's a motion. I'd move to add the word trusts on line 8, page 4, after limited liability companies.
Second.
Mayor, and I can ask Ms. McSherry, but I believe you should hold your public hearing first.
Good. Well, I don't know. Should we or shouldn't? Can we get
Not
this out of the
sure.
way so that the public knows whether this is included in the final draft or not?
Mayor Weber, I think that really so far we just introduced the matter and discussion hasn't started on it.
So would it,
Right. So I can withdraw the motion if it's not appropriate time.
okay, we'll do it at the, hang on to that word change. Was there anything else on your list of things to touch on?
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up, sir.
Thank you. Before the public hearing starts, if Ms. McSherry or Mr. Prince, I've been getting a lot of phone calls about trying to add anonymity to this ordinance so that if somebody issues a complaint against a neighbor, it's anonymous and they don't have to worry about it. But I think there were some issues with that previously. So can one of you please address that?
Mr. Mayor, I think questions and discussion would go after the public comment.
All right, so we'll hang on to that until, I was just allowing the sponsors more or less to have a chance to speak to why they took on this challenge. If that completes the sponsors speaking to their measure, could we now open to public comment? This is the public hearing part where individuals who may be in the other part of our Zoom room have an opportunity to speak to this item. And I don't know, Christine, if there are folks who have raised their hands to this item or not. If so, this would be the time for them to come in and speak for a minute.
Yes, Mayor Stephanie Benenato has her hand up and she has been unmuted. Stephanie, as you know, if you'll please state your name, address, and then your minute will start.
Yes, can you actually hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Stephanie Benenato. I'm just a little concerned about the emphasis just on the owner as opposed to tenants, but I do believe that this is actually addressing homes that are vacant, where transients go in without the owner's knowledge or where the owner doesn't care. And there have been, I'm aware of places like that. And I do think that those do need to be addressed. I just hope that the owner is not solely responsible if there are tenants who are actually engaging in this activity. And, you know, there should be some shared burden there if they start being a prostitute after they rent the house and say they, you know, just gonna be living there by themselves or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak up? There's another hand up, I believe. Christine, am I missing? Oh, no, maybe not. If there's anyone else who wants to speak on this item, this is the time for the public hearing and people can raise their hand and be recognized by Christine.
Mayor, there's one more individual, Quivera Coalition. I'll go ahead and unmute them. If you could please state your full name and address and your minute will start.
Sure. I'm sorry. I signed into my work account. Please ignore the Quivera Coalition. This has nothing to do with them. That was my bad. My name is Leah Potterwaite. I'm in Santa Fe, and I actually wasn't planning to comment on this particular item. I'm here for a different reason, but I just want to point out that as someone who's dropping in and listening, the way in which I'm hearing you all talk about nuisance properties, and I quote what was just said, we're giving permission for transients, drug use, lack of people feeling safe. It has a very classist and potentially racist vibe to it. And I just want you all to be very aware that there's a, you know, I'm sure you are, a long history of people in certain, you know, upper class neighborhoods feeling unsafe when people they don't feel connected to move in. And I get nervous when I hear you all talk about increased police enforcement, because who are we talking about? We're talking about people, we're talking about people's lives. And so I just want to bring that awareness to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the nuisance ordinance?
Mayor, yes, Poppy Wilder is up next. Poppy, I've unmuted you. Is this the only item you'll be speaking to tonight?
No, I will also be speaking later as well. And that's Poppy Wilder. My address is 927 Agua Fria Street. I also didn't plan on speaking in this part. I am here for a different reason, but I, for a fact, even know some of you, and I know that you're upper class. And I do feel that it was really inappropriate how y'all are talking about like transients and drug addicts. Like, not everyone has mental health access. Not everybody has access to help and even like knows laws or knows these kinds of things. In addition, like property owners who are just letting, you know, their house, like properties just sit decrepit. That's houses that could be rented out to people who need housing. That is stuff like, you know, those are opportunities to actually help people instead of like making them feel horrible because they don't have somewhere to live. So I just think I agree. It sounds really classist and it sounds like money over humanity. That's what I hear from Councillor Joanne Behill, is she's saying property worth, property worth, property worth, when there's no mention of humanity and what that is worth. So that's my comment on this part. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, I think, Christine, there's one more hand up if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Mayor, Eleanor Stevens will be allowed to talk. Eleanor, is this the only item you'll be speaking to tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. If you could please state your name and address and your minute will start.
Sure, thank you. My name's Eleanor Stevens. I live at 2300 West Alameda here in Santa Fe. I just wanted to say that the previous two speakers spoke my mind. I understand the importance of you know, neighborhood safety and controlling the nuts and bolts of, you know, of who's where and that properties are under control, but please try to center humanity, and please remember that we're going through a housing crisis right now, and our community needs more housing and affordable housing. And I'd love to see that be central on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine, are there others who wish to raise their hand to speak to this particular item on the agenda?
No, Mayor, at this time, that is the last individual that had their hand raised.
Okay, if that's the case, then I think we'll close the public comment part of the hearing. And now I think there were some discussion items from, as well as a language amendment from Councilor Romero Worth, but I don't have a particular order. Councilor Romero Worth, do you want to introduce that amendment at this time?
Sure, if it's appropriate.
Okay.
I would move to on page 4, I believe it was line 8, after limited liability companies, add the word trusts and a comma.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second to add the word trust in that particular line. Councilor Vihil-Coppler?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to address some of the comments that were made in the public section.
Point of order, Mayor.
Can we wait? I think right now we have a motion and an
Oh,
for
I'm
this
sorry.
amendment. No, we'll get to you, but I think first let's handle this motion and the amendment that Councilor Romero Worth has proposed.
Gotcha.
Any other comments regarding this particular one word amendment, one additional word to this item? Any other discussion? If not, let's call the roll on that amendment.
Mayor, who is the second on that?
I seconded it.
Thank you.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler was the second.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The amendment has been approved.
Now we'll get Councilor Vihil-Coppler. I'll call on you next, but Councilor Rivera had introduced a line of questioning before that was needed to be moved to this period of time. So we'll take that up now and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. Councilor Rivera, do you want to speak to your question about anonymity?
Yeah, Ms. McSherry or Mr. Prince, would you like me to ask the question again, or did you get the gist of it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I'll defer to Mike to answer the question, but I believe the question was whether or not anonymity could be provided to the owner. Is that who the question was about?
No, it had to do
Owner's
with
name?
To the person that would be issuing a complaint, yeah. Sometimes they won't start a complaint because they're afraid of retaliation from a neighbor. So I've been getting a few questions about anonymity. So can you explain why that can't happen. Can or cannot happen.
So that should go to either the city attorney or to Michael. Are you keyed up?
Sure, sure. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera. Yes, there's nothing in the ordinance concerning complaints and anonymity, but that is a concern that I am aware of and have heard also. As you probably know, under our state IPRA law, the Inspection of Public Records Act, if the city has a record that pertains to public business, and if it has someone's name on it, we are obligated to release that if someone requests that information. We have, this new system of taking, we take complaints now, but we can possibly discuss making people aware of that. I don't think there's anything that would stop people from not providing a name and saying, I'm making this anonymous. We could possibly talk about that with, Jennifer and I with constituent services and code enforcement about maybe letting people know that they could lodge anonymous complaints. But I don't think if we do have someone's name as a complainant, and if that record is requested under the Public Records Act, we would have to make that available.
If this does go to court, if a citation is issued, it's my understanding that the person has to know who it is that's complaining about them, whether it involves mediation or the courts in general. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, certainly in a criminal case, yes, everyone has the right to confront their accuser. However, under this ordinance, we aren't creating a criminal statute or a criminal penalty. This is a civil statute, and it's creating an administrative procedure for handling these nuisance properties in the city. I don't know if I don't think we would be obligated to reveal, I guess, who lodged complaints against a property. I mean, that's something I'll have to think about, but I don't think we would be obligated to do that unless they requested it. Maybe, again, if they requested it under the Public Records Act, we might have to do that. But under this proposed ordinance, whether it's 6 complaints from neighbors or from the police or code violation, 6 code violations, that would trigger this internal nuisance investigation. And then we would decide whether something really warrants to be labeled a nuisance and then proceed forward with that. But I don't see, yes, we would have to then contact the property owner, but I don't think we would be obligated to reveal, I guess, where the complaints came from, if that answers your question.
Ms. McSherry, would you concur with that? And if so, then why do we ask names for complaints?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I do concur. I think a couple other factors to think about are that a case is certainly stronger when it has witnesses, right? So it's easier to get over that burden of proof that we have to make if there is an appeal. So certainly whoever the witnesses are. So it would really depend on what the nuisance is too. If we get an anonymous complaint about a dumping and then our land use staff or whoever else is going to verify that complaint goes out, and then they themselves can be the witness because they witness it themselves or see what's on the property. So it may depend on the type of complaint. If it's like an activity that's only witnessed by the complainant, it'd be really hard for us to prove that if one of our staff hasn't witnessed it themselves as well. So there's a wide variety, as you'll see in the ordinance, of the types of things that may be a nuisance. And some of them would be things that would just be physically obvious that any witness could go see. And so we could have our own witnesses that were city staff. And then there's other types of things. If it's like an incident that occurs late at night, then it would be more difficult to not have a witness. So it would really depend. And we could have the option of someone not giving their name, but I think we might want to have something to let them know that it may be more difficult to prove just depending on what it is being alleged.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think I'm going to come back now to you, Counselor Vihel-Coppler. You had some comments you wanted to make after the public comment period.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to apologize for the words or terms I used that were interpreted to be offensive to the public speakers tonight. That was not my intention at all. What I'm speaking to is, again, the constituent calls that I've gotten that are a very real issue for the people, the neighbors who live next door or close by to properties that are not cared for and maintained by the owners, which is where this all rests. It's with the owner of the property. If I could, and I won't, I would play a voice message that I got today from a woman who's very distraught about what's going on next door to her house. And it has all of the issues that can go wrong. And it's driving her nuts. Really, she's very, very upset. At any rate, I totally support the programs for homeless. I have a record of doing such. I support drug and alcohol rehabilitation, including drug courts. I've spoken to many times during these council meetings. But the real issue, and it has come to this in some neighborhoods in my district, where nuisance properties have gone unchecked because we didn't have a strong enough ordinance about it. Homes have actually been burned down. And I could point to many already in my district that have either burned down because the owner didn't supervise the activity going on and then rebuilt, or burned down and never been rebuilt. And neighbors are very concerned about this because if it goes unchecked, these are the kinds of things that have happened in our community, in our neighborhoods, and it affects quality of life. And the ordinance we have had, if this is not amended, is it doesn't have any teeth in it for any of our enforcement officers to show up and do anything about it. And back to the responsibility of the homeowner. It is their responsibility to keep the properties in safe condition, not only for themselves, but for the neighbors. And that's what this is about. I'm fully supportive of this ordinance, and I thank my colleagues on the council for working on this, as well as Michael Prince and Jennifer Fabian. This is something we very much need. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Romero-Worth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would add that some of these properties that are in my district are owned by sometimes estates, and they haven't been cleared and moved on to the new owner, who might be a family member, or they may be also owned by a bank because they were foreclosed on. And there's a variety of ownerships, and I think this could potentially help our housing situation, because these properties won't be able to just languish. We do now, with this ordinance, have the ability to work on them with the owners first and foremost. And then if that doesn't work, then have more, as I said earlier, other avenues to get the properties in a place where somebody can live in them, and where they are, where they are part of the neighborhood. So I would just point that out, that this actually could be very helpful for our housing issues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? Counselor Villarreal, I'm sorry. I would like to weigh in at one point, but you had your hand up first. Go ahead.
Just wanted to point
Counselor
out.
Francis Sanchez, you're next.
Okay. Just wanted to point out that I think we were very sensitive to the fact that we didn't want to make an ordinance that was adversely affecting people in an unjust or unfair, insensitive way. So I think even with the research that Jennifer did, she was looking at all ordinances so that tenants are protected, that people can still call the police if they have a situation that feels unsafe. And it doesn't necessarily always trigger the nuisance ordinance. So there's different nuances. And I think it's just, we want to make sure people, in some cases that we were dealing with in District 1, we had drug houses that kids couldn't even play outside in their neighborhood because they were fearful of things happening around them and strangers coming in that didn't live in the neighborhood, and a lot of is drug trafficking. So to me, that's different than being sensitive to people's having certain addictions or other ways they need support. This is more about people not caring about the rest of the people around them. And so we just want to make sure that everyone feels safe in their own neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do really want to thank the work that the sponsors and that Jennifer and Mike have done on this ordinance. I do think that a lot of this has been really well thought out. One thing that the public hearing did bring to mind for me is that there is potential this an opportunity. We really are starting to look at a lot more, where can we find interconnectedness between city programs? And I think that the nuisance ordinance could actually be utilized in a way that it can become an opportunity that when we identify individuals that are dealing with social issues, to link them into some of the programs that we're working on, such as Connect, or it's an opportunity to really make some connections with MIHO and some of the work that our fire department is doing. So that's, I'm curious to hear if that has already been discussed throughout the discussions of the development of the ordinance. And then perhaps that's something for, I believe, Christine, you will be leading the charge in the internal administration piece to really be looking at how we can also be identifying those opportunities to continue to address these issues in other ways, because we know that a lot of these issues are all interconnected to some of the larger social issues that we're having in our city. And I think that this can also provide an opportunity to not only help with some of these real neighborhood safety, as the other counselors have spoken to, there's really some very scary and challenging situations for individuals, but also be seeing how we can looking at these root causes.
Thank you. Anyone else on the ordinance? Jennifer, did you have your hand up?
I would just like to respond to Councilor Cassett Sanchez, if I may, Mayor.
Yeah, please.
I think that's a great idea, and that's certainly something we can incorporate into the abatement process. So we can build into this internal process. If there is a drug-related issue, we refer them to certain resources. If there is a homeless issue, if someone is using an abandoned property for shelter, we can help connect them to resources. And that could certainly be something that we could work with the homeowner with and with the people that are there. I think that's a great idea, and that's certainly something we can build into the internal process.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Romero-Worth.
I was just going to ask if you were ready for a motion, but I remembered that you wanted to speak to this as well.
I just wanted to, first of all, thank everybody for their good hard work. I think it's a real tribute to the policy capability of the council to see this as an opportunity to go out and listen to the community and engage in public engagement, public dialogue, get real life stories that informed this piece of legislation, and then create a task force around it. It's a real team. It was really a team approach, which is the model in my mind for how city government works most effectively. We've acknowledged Jennifer's role and Mike's role. I think also our police officers, who are often called to go out, have a wealth of experience. They keep data sheets of the kinds of interventions they're asked to participate in, and they're really very experienced with community response. I can speak from personal experience, and I know Councilor Villarreal and Councilor Lindell and I have been at meetings together where neighborhood, if you talk about people issues, the neighborhood people who, as Councilor Villarreal said, have been asked to endure 30 or some extended number of years of people as their neighbors not behaving as neighbors, and have asked the city to be an advocate on their behalf. And we've had meetings, we've had in the mayor's office, roundtable discussions with police, with the city attorney's office, with landlords who have promised to make amends. And I think it's a very thoughtful and unbiased attempt to enhance the livability and the responsiveness of our government. So I tip my hat not only to the council members who really took the policy reins in their hands and made something very constructive happen, but also as a model of a team approach with constituent services, with law enforcement, with the city attorney's office and other partners to try to craft something that will be even-handed and very constructive. So that's my last comment. Thank you, Councilor Merriworth. Did you want to make a motion?
I'd move to approve ordinance, what's the number, Aaron? 2020.
Yolanda, do we have a number on that?
Yes, it is ordinance 16, 2020-16.
2020-16.
Correct.
So I'd move to approve ordinance 2020-6. Is that what we said?
16.
16.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
And there's a second from Councilor Lindell. Could you call the roll, please?
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merriworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item, which has to do with economic development plan?
Yes, sir. This is consideration of Bill 2020-19. It's an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Economic Development Plan Ordinance, Section 11-11, SFCC 1987, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation loan agreement between the City of Santa Fe and La Puerta Originals LLC for an economic development loan for lease payments to provide assistance for the negative financial impacts of COVID-19. We have Fabian Trujillo presenting.
Okay. For the purposes of introducing this item, Mr. Trujillo, do you have an overview of what we're being asked to consider tonight? I think you're muted, sir. Let's see if we can help you here. There you had it and you lost it. There you go. Now you're unmuted, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd just like to let you know, first of all, I'd like to introduce the CEO of La Puerta Originals is Melissa Coleman, and also Peter Mitchell, the regional representative from the New Mexico Economic Development Department. So let me provide you a brief overview and we'll get through this. La Puerta is a local family-owned artisan handcrafted manufacturer. They manufacture custom-made doors, cabinets, gates, furniture, and other wood products. They've been in local Santa Fe business for 25 years, and they have a current employee base of 13 employees and about a quarterly payroll of $130,000. The reason we're here tonight is because of COVID-19. They've had significant impacts on their operations. There's been a contraction of La Puerta revenues. They've laid off employees and they reduced salaries for the remaining employees. So here tonight. They are asking for public assistance through the New Mexico's Lead Alone COVID-19 program. So what we're asking tonight for the council to do is to approve a loan at 0% interest of $37,578. What they will do is they will maintain a minimum employee base for 2 years, and they will maintain a minimum quarterly payroll of $130,000. Then they will repay the loan in full in 2 years. The economic impacts to the city are there's an estimate of $3.2 million generated by the state under their current operations. In Santa Fe, there's $110,000 in net benefits. We believe that this will stimulate the recovery of the artisan manufacturing and design sectors, and more importantly, it'll keep a 25-year-old business in growing and going as we go forward. So next, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, I think Ms. Coleman would like to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, honorable city council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening on behalf of my company, La Puerta Originals. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you for the consideration of voting to approve the state of New Mexico lead alone for La Puerta Originals. I'd like to begin by telling you just a little bit about the history of the company. About 32 years ago, my husband, Scott Coleman, started this business in his garage. Since that time, in 2004, I became the owner and changed the business model, and we moved to Highway 14. And since that time, we have turned our facility and the 4.5 acre property into a viable and important manufacturer of custom doors, millwork, cabinetry, and other products that we ship all over the country. In fact, 80% of our business is shipped out of the state of New Mexico. We actually fortunately have 15 employees now. We were able to hire back 2 employees that we had lost, and we have we project $2 million in sales annually, and we project that we will again make that again this year as well. The lead alone will go to help pay our lease payments on the property, and this amount is gratefully appreciated because while we're able to keep our employees employed and benefits and continue to make our product, the economic uncertainty of COVID-19 is quite serious, and we are grateful to have the state of New Mexico and the city of Santa Fe's support in helping us to continue to move forward. With that, I will take any questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you. I think we'll go to public input before we go to any questions from the governing body. But, Mr. Mitchell, did you want to speak to this matter? I think you're there. You go.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you very much. I was kind of in on this early with Ms. Coleman, and I wanted to thank you very much for your efforts and those of Fabian Trujillo and Rich Brown in getting the city to be the fiscal agent. We had some difficulty getting the county on board, and so I'm glad that you stepped up and you all realize how critical it is to keep this important manufacturer in Santa Fe County. And so with that, I mean, Melissa was very aggressive early on, and she got all her paperwork in, and so I've just been kind of trying to hustle and get people on board with this because I realize how important it is. And it's even more important, even though we've been delayed significantly. I mean, none of us see this situation fading away quickly. So I think it will be equally as valuable now to provide this aid to this company to keep these 15 employees in our community and provide jobs and tax revenue for our community. So I appreciate all you and the city council considering this matter, and so does the Cabinet Secretary Keys and Governor Lujan Grisham as well. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Villarreal, do you want to ask a question now or wait until after we've had public input?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted for you all to maybe just clarify, this is not a grant from us. We are the fiscal agent. And if Mr. Mitchell could say what he does for the state of New Mexico and also explain what a LEDA grant is and how people can apply if, and specific to this particular one, which is COVID related.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. What this is a 0% LEDA loan that was brought forth. The LEDA is the Local Economic Development Act, which allows the state to work through a fiscal agent such as the city of Santa Fe to provide funding to businesses. Initially, we had one form of a LEDA loan, which I don't know if you were in or not when we provided a LEDA grant to Descartes. I know the mayor was involved and Mayor Javier Gonzalez was involved too, but this is different in that the LEDA grants are for reimbursable expenses for land, building, and infrastructure. This is a LEDA loan, which is a 0% loan, which is going to be repaid to the community, to the state. And so the LEDA grants were predicated on job creation and capital expenditure and land building and infrastructure and payroll. Whereas these loans, the emphasis was not on job creation, but on job preservation. And we think it's as critical to maintain our small and medium and large businesses in the state as it is to help them grow, especially during these times. So that's the difference. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. I just want to make sure the people that are listening, the difference of LEDA grants, and also if they're interested in this particular loan program, that they can contact you. Is that correct?
Well, right now we are not going to be doing these 0% LEDA loans any further. I don't know if you all saw, but through the special session of the legislature, the New Mexico Finance Authority was authorized to issue $400 million in low interest loans to small businesses. So we're partnering with them to facilitate that loan program as well. So we are not doing these 0% LEDA loans any further. So I'm glad you asked that. It's an important clarification.
Yeah, good clarification. Thank you. Christine, are there people in the public waiting area who wish to speak to this hearing on this item?
Mayor, yes, we do have Ms. Stephanie Benenato who would like to speak to this item. And then, hold on one moment, I will unmute her. Stephanie, you've been unmuted. If you would like to speak, your minute will start.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to hear about this program. I know of La Puerta Doors and they're a great business. So I'm happy they're being supported. I'm just sorry that more businesses didn't know about this or can't get this kind of loan anymore. And I appreciate Ms. Villarreal's effort to educate the public about what's out there and who to contact. So it's just not something that doesn't have any detail. And I just wonder, again, on these low, again, how many loans do they really think are going to be given out through this new program through the state? What's the cap? What's the minimum? If you don't mind just giving that information. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Christine, are there other folks in the wishing to testify or add comments to this item?
No, Mayor, that was the only public comment.
Okay. Governing body, is there discussion, comment about this item? Questions? Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to state that the La Puerta came before the Economic Development Advisory Committee and gave a wonderful presentation. Everyone on the committee was really overjoyed and hopeful that this business can continue in Santa Fe. It's been a long time business, very popular product, and very well done. And so the committee voted unanimously to recommend this, and it was very happy in doing so.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilor Rivera, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just curious, Fabian, have we ever done a loan or have we ever acted as a fiscal agent for a business that's located outside of the city limits?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I don't believe that we have, but this has gone through the city attorney's office and they have deemed that we can act as a fiscal agent for this particular project.
Just, I don't know how I want to ask this, but I don't know if you can give us an idea of maybe why the county didn't want to act as the fiscal agent. And if that's too tough of a question to answer, that's fine as well.
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, I think that the way to best answer that question is going to take an inordinately long amount of time for it to be approved, and we just felt that it was going to be more efficient for the for Laporta to have this taken care of at this time. Other than that, I don't really know what their reasons for not for the county not acting on this.
All right, so since this has never been done before, I assume that the county's aware of it and they were okay with us being the fiscal agent for a business out in the county. I don't know if we even had communication with them or not, but.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes, the county is aware of this, and as far as I know, that they are okay with this.
Okay, I'll stop my questioning there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions from the governing body for the applicant or for staff? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve from Councilor Vihel-Coppler. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Lindell. Any further discussion? If not, could you call the roll, please?
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Baker,
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you.
Motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you for attending this evening, both Ms. Coleman and Mr. Mitchell. And of course, Mr. Trujillo, not to leave you out, sir, for your staff work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate it. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
everybody. City Clerk.
Yes, we will go back now to the original item 19A. And this is consideration of the resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe fiscal year 2020-2021 annual operating budget and organizational chart. We have Mary McCoy presenting.
Okay, Mary, did you want to begin, or what's your pleasure? We can do it several different ways. I think you're muted, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to the Finance Committee Chair at this time.
Okay, Councilor Abeyta, you were the chair of the finance. You are the chair of the Finance Committee. You ran the hearings. Would you like to make a few comments before we go to the public hearing part of this evening?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just a quick overview. Over the course of the past 7 days, or 7 days in total, including last week, department staff presented to the Finance Committee 22 individual budgets as the recommended budget for the committee to consider. The committee unanimously approved all 22 budgets that were presented to us. The fiscal year 21 all funds expenditures as approved by the Finance Committee total $319.9 million. This is a decrease of $71.6 million or 18.3% across all funds from what was budgeted in fiscal year 20. The budget general fund expenditures as approved by the Finance Committee total $92.6 million. This is a decrease of $10.8 million or 10.4% from last year's budget. Staff provided budget summaries for the FY21 budget, and those summaries were approved by the finance staff. Changes that the Finance Committee made to the budget were as follows. The Public Utilities Department Water Division budget increased by $432,170 in other operating costs in order to support additional funding for the Buckman Direct Diversion operations. The Buckman Direct Diversion operation expenditure budget was approved at $8.6 million, which was a decrease of a little over $1 million from the original budget that the Buckman Direct Diversion board presented to us. The city clerk's budget decreased by $147,924 in the transfer out category to reduce the transfer from the general fund to the public campaign finance fund per the public campaign finance code, which is ordinance 9-3.4 section E. Just quickly, some of the highlights from the FY21 budget. The budget intentionally did not reduce the community services budget in order to support our community during this public health and economic crisis, now in a time when residents need it most. And actually, when it came to contractual services, the committee increased that budget significantly to allow for the work of the Public Safety Task Force and any changes that may be required or come out as a result of that. The budget also prioritizes protecting jobs for our workforce. The budget, as recommended by the Finance Committee, does not include furloughs past September 4th and does not lay off any city employees. And with that, Mayor, when it's time for a motion, I would just recommend that we amend the resolution to not include the approval of the organizational chart, as that is something that we are going to consider over the next 30 days or beyond. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the city staff, the members of the Finance Committee, and also the members of the governing body that were able to participate in our budget hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Council Member. I appreciate that. I'm going to add a few words and then we'll go to the public hearing part of this evening. I will pick up where Councilor Abeyta left off, which is this budget took an extraordinary amount of work and effort and creativity from all parts of the city government, including the members of the Finance Committee and the council members who attended those meetings with great attention and with great diligence. I salute you for your hard work and your attention to detail. The finance staff, human resources team, city attorney, the city manager, and every single one of our department heads and their teams worked extraordinarily hard. And I would remind you that going back to February, before the world changed, we basically had a budget that was done. And it was a great budget. It was a budget with a great surplus, lots of resources, and the opportunity to invest in a great deal of the items that are important to the members of our community and our residents and to each of you as a council member. And then the world changed and we entered this volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous COVID-19 era. And our staff started from scratch. If you remember, initially our department heads were were asked to prepare for 42% budget cuts. That's how severe the situation appeared to be. And it continues to evolve to this day. I think we should all acknowledge, as you did, Mr. Chairman, when you closed out the Finance Committee hearings, that the budget this year is as much a process as it is a plan. And that we'll be coming back to the governing body with great regularity to adopt changes if they're needed, whether hopefully they reflect a more aggressive recovery, or if we have to make adjustments because things don't go as optimistically as we would like. But I think the budget is a optimistic budget. It says we should plan for hard times, but work toward good times. It not only cuts items, but reimagines city government in the face of a health crisis and a fiscal crisis. And at the same time, as you said, Councilor Abeyta, there are no furloughs, there are no reductions in force, and there are no pay cuts in this budget going forward. And so we are doing everything we can to use the resources of the city government and our tax dollars provided by our residents to maintain essential services with creativity, flexibility, and resilience in these times that are very uncertain and very complicated. We are looking to continue to invest in people and in the community. As you pointed out, the community services budget was increased by 2% rather than decreased, as a way of accounting for these very difficult, challenging times where people's lives are and their livelihoods are very much challenged by a public health crisis and the resulting financial crisis. So I think there's a lot in this budget. While it requires cuts and sacrifice, at the same time, we attempted, and your committee attempted, to find a path toward reimagining city government, not simply cutting services or reducing city government for the sake of cutting. So with that as a preamble, I think we should go to the folks who have been waiting to speak to us and ask Christine to guide us through the public hearing part. I'd like to start, if we have representatives of our there are three, as you all know, the public may know, we have three unions that are representing the bulk of our employees, whether it's police or fire or AFSCME. And if their representatives are in the waiting room, I would turn to them and give them first opportunity to speak. And with respect to their important role in our city government and the people they represent, we'll accord them a 5-minute slot to speak to the governing body. And then we'll turn to the individuals who have been waiting and ask them to speak each for 1 minute to the governing body. And then listen attentively and follow that with discussion among ourselves. So Ms. Christine, can you unmute whoever would like to go first among our three representatives of the unions that speak for our a large number of our city employees?
Yes, Mayor Weber, just and council, for your knowledge, right now I only have local 2059 on the call, so I will allow them to speak first. And then if the other union representatives get on, please raise your hand and I will unmute you at that time. And then just a reminder, you need to state your name, and then also your 5-minute timer will start. So I'm going to go ahead and let local 2059 start now, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening. We hear you loud and clear.
Hayden Lopez, the local president of Local 2059. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Hayden Lopez, Local 2059 president. We appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. We understand there are many concerns with this year's budget since the COVID pandemic has affected the city different. I know that many men and women that work for the city have been affected by this economic downfall. And it was our understanding that these sharp cuts and furloughs to the fire department and other budgets in the city have been due to this pandemic. This is where confusion sets in, that the city is willing to create more management positions rather than filling current positions within our fire department. Our members have observed and worked at ground zero within this increased stressors presented by this pandemic. We have rallied together to show that we are the ultimate public servants during this medically induced pandemic and economic downturn. We feel the city of Santa Fe needs our help financially, and we are here for this great city. The union is never in favor of foregoing articles in our contract, and we have every intention of retracting these offerings and retrieving them by the next fiscal year, or if the city is fiscally capable before then. After aiding the city by temporarily forfeiting 2 paramedic positions along with $625 per member for uniform allowances, and most importantly, the underreported para funds that equate to over $240,000, our members feel this is just not the time to pull any more from the fire department budget. Firefighters are, no stranger to making hard decisions, and we do want the best for our city. We do understand that you have hard decisions to make tonight, and I hope that you, Mr. Mayor, and the council reconsider adding an additional management position during this dire pandemic and economic time. I definitely appreciate your time, and I hope that we can all come together and help this city prosper for years to come. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate you. Christine, I see a hand up from AFSCME. Is that correct?
Yes, I was able to identify the username, and so next up will be AFSCME. I don't know who the representative is, Mayor, but they've been unmuted and can now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Therese Martinez. I'm the recording secretary for AFSCME Local 3999. And we had prepared a closing statement for a review of the financial budget 2021. And this is what our comments are. Mr. Mayor, councilors, our union requests once again that an extension be granted on the approval of the City of Santa Fe's budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. We feel very strongly that this budget relies heavily on the proposed reorganization set to be heard next month. We feel this is forcing, if you will, a reorganization under the guise of a budget approval. This budget needs to stand on its own without departments, divisions, and employees relying on the proposed reorganizations dictating changes to their classifications, positions, expenses, and duties, where they don't even know what to expect or what is expected of them. How is it justified reorganizing with new hires and allocating money in other directions to support this budget, and that are internal parts of this budget when the city's workforce is on a 4-hour furlough and salary pay cuts? This is the 4th time there is a rush, an urgency to quickly get something hurriedly approved. The first was the first wave of furloughs. The second, the insurance benefit review and changes. The third, the bridge plan. Now the 4th, this budget. We understand that there is a pandemic. The whole world is experiencing the pandemic. The money needs to take care of the pandemic situation we are in now. This is the new normal. This new normal is now, is today, is tomorrow. This is now. This is the fallout from the pandemic, the aftermath. There is no rush. There should be logic and reason, understanding and cooperation, and communication, not rushing and instilling doubt and confusion. We say, take care of the 4 walls, the roof and foundation of this house, the city structure, and make changes and additions later. Now is not the time. There needs to be a more solid fiscal foundation before even thinking about reorganizing, restructuring, reimagining, morphing, retitling, and all the terms mentioned during the recent hearings. And if we are reimagining, let's reimagine we take care of our financial house before we accept a budget with strings attached that's positioning us to dive into something we are not fiscally prepared for. Table this budget and separate it from the reorganization. Remove those items with strings attached to the reorganization and step back and take a good look at everything before plunging us into precarious waters we don't even have to be or need to be in. Thank you. We'd like to add that we recognize several of the items that we had recommended earlier this week. So we appreciate that you considered some of the things we said earlier. Respectfully, we are AFSCME Local 3999.
Christine, do you know if there's someone in the waiting room who would come forward from the police union?
No, Mayor, I don't have anybody in the waiting room from the police union.
All right. Well, in that case, I think we've heard from two of the unions and appreciate their presentations. I suppose now the time would be for you to begin the process of admitting folks who wish to speak individually and give them their opportunity to speak to the budget and to the governing body.
Correct. And Mayor, if I may, I just want to make a quick reminder, everybody has 1 minute. If they can please state their name. And then once they are done speaking, I will be removing them from the Zoom meeting and they can finish watching the meeting on the YouTube channel. So just a few items. Hold on one moment and I will start. The first individual that I have to speak is Drew Lenahan. So Drew will now be allowed to speak.
I don't hear anything.
I'm not getting Drew's.
Hello?
There you go.
Alan?
Now we.
Alan?
Yeah.
Alan?
There you are. I hear you now.
Alan?
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you for having me. Lots of things to talk about in under a minute, but first of all, I'd like to express a sense of cowardice or a feeling of cowardice towards the police union. I don't understand why they think they can brush off a city council budgetary meeting. I'd like all of you to note that they're not here talking, and I would like to make sure that you take that into the account as honorable members of other unions come to beg for dignity and money for their members. I guess the largest thing I would like to discuss with the city council this evening is that this summer has had a lot of downs, and I feel like a lot of people feel very unsafe in this city. And I would like all of you to take that into the account when looking at this budget and try to think outside the box and get away from the funding of our police department. And let's bring our money back into the communities that we claim to believe in.
Thank you, sir. Christine, there are, I don't know how you want to do the order of this, but there are some folks who spoke to other items who are still in the queue here in this this side of the panelist room. I don't know if you want to have them go forward, and then you could make room in the room by having them speak. It's you're managing this. I just noticed the folks who are still on our screen who spoke to other issues, but indicated they still wanted to participate in this item as well.
Yes, Mayor. So the next individual that will be allowed to speak is, as you mentioned, Poppy Wilder. She spoke earlier. I'm going to go ahead and unmute her. Poppy, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Poppy Wilder. I already stated my address earlier. I just want to also say, please vote no and reconsider this budget today. There's a multitude of reasons. One really big thing I'd like to bring your attention to is on sale currently in Santa Fe. There's a house listed at $13.65 million, whereas an entire city's affordable housing budget is $2.4 million on this proposed budget. And to me, that makes no sense, especially during a pandemic. That means, you know, unless rent gets canceled, there's going to be a lot more people who need affordable housing this year. So with the police having 10 times that amount, that just, it doesn't add up. And secondly, in 2018, there was 10,683 children in New Mexico public schools who had experienced homelessness. And I don't like that. Again, that number is going to go up, and the money needs to go to youth programs. It needs to be going to helping people stay in school this year, especially with the pandemic and not having access to internet. There's a plethora of different places that the 10-time amount budget that the police have compared to everything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next individual, give me 1 second, is Sophie. Again, I'm not sure on the last name. Sophie Von Rohr, I believe.
Yep, Sophie Von Rohr.
Thank you. Please state your name and your address, and your time will start.
Yes, my name is Sophie Von Rohr. I live at 1350 Ferguson Lane. And I feel that the proposed budget does not meet community demands, that significant reductions be made in police spending, and that funds are directed instead into community resources. I'm particularly unhappy, as Poppy mentioned, with the disparity in funding between policing and affordable housing in the budget proposal. Our city is already way below the national average for spending on affordable housing. And when we spend more than 10 times on policing what we spend on housing, we are effectively investing in incarceration as housing. That's unacceptable. We especially need to invest in safety nets now during this pandemic. I also understand that a Department of Community Health and Safety is currently in the works. And I believe we should be looking at police alternatives, but I'm concerned that this department is being budgeted as an addition to policing, not as an alternative, and therefore will reduce neither spending on nor impacts of policing. Policing disproportionately targets Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and poor communities in Santa Fe, which we need to remember. And also Santa Fe is built on stolen land and continues to prosper against a backdrop of dramatic racial and economic inequality. So it's time to close that gap. Please keep working on the budget until it reflects safety and care, not policing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, the next individual that will be allowed to speak is Ms. Stephanie Benato. Stephanie, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Stephanie Benato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I too am really concerned about you passing the budget before you do the reorganization. I feel that like the woman from the union expressed, that it's really then a done deal. That is the reorganization, whether it's really a good idea or not. And I actually think you're making the navigation of City Hall a lot more opaque by having all these community this and community that named departments and hiding things. I'm not not hiding, but it's not logical necessarily that constituent service, for example, is in the clerk's office. And I also really think that you should have cut the upper management salaries across the board rather than choosing to do two, because again, there are other duties that have been shifted around and salaries have not been renegotiated before. And I do think that we are really low in terms of community housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alyssa Shaw. Alyssa Shaw is next up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
My name is Alicia Shaw, and I live at 1607 5th Street in Santa Fe. I want to thank you for your work on the budget. I do think that these extraordinary times call for courageous innovation and responsiveness to community concerns. Santa Fe While Black delivered a petition with more than 3,000 signatures asking you to defund the police, to create a citizens oversight and review board, to respect the civil liberties of protesters, to declare a moratorium on evictions till January 2021, and to create a Department of Racial Equity and Justice. I ask that you listen to the will of your constituents and do this. The police budget is funded more than affordable housing, senior services, libraries, youth and families, and community service administrations combined. I think that you can do more to reallocate the funds from the police budget to these vital community services. I'm particularly concerned that we need more funds for housing assistance, given that thousands of people are likely going to be at risk of homelessness very soon when the pandemic unemployment insurance runs out in just a few short days. So I thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you.
Allison Fabra is up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Allison Fabara. I live at 2732 La Bajada, 87505. Thank you for your work on the budget. I'm concerned, though, that we're not answering the calls of our most marginalized community members to defund the police and invest in the community. Santa Fe While Black has called for a 50% cut to the police budget and to significantly increase investments in community services. What we see in this budget is only an 11% decrease in the police budget when we're cutting the overall budget by 18%. And while $3 million is being cut from the police budget, we're seeing increases of only $370,000 in community services and $291,000 in affordable housing. These are not meaningful investments. Our affordable housing budget makes up only 0.7% of total spending, while the average US city now spends 5% on housing, as reported in the New York Times recently on June 12th. This is not visionary leadership that we need in this time of crisis for our community. I'd like to see the city answer calls to truly reimagine community safety, rather than putting a new label on the same old practices that we know don't work. Please vote no on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, next up is West, and I do not have a last name. So West.
Hello, my name is West. I live at 501 Escudero Street, Santa Fe, and I am also commenting to echo that I'm asking that you do more to defund the police and invest those vital funds into community services. Please vote no on this budget proposal and keep fighting to defund police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rebecca. Rebecca, you've been unmuted. Rebecca Roberts.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Roberts Wolf. I'm at 619 Cortez Street. And I would also like to echo the previous comments that have been made. The fact that in this current budget, the police department is currently the largest department by a large margin, and only a small fraction of that budget is being spent on affordable housing, less than half is being spent on community services. It really sends the message of a punitive approach to addressing social issues. And I think it's been well proven, it's not only the right thing to do, but I think it's been well proven by research that there are much more efficient and effective ways to reduce crime and address persistent problems that the most impoverished and marginalized members of society experience. There are a lot of other cities around the country who are doing really amazing and creative things. And I think that this is the time to start to dream about what is the world that we want to see and not feel stuck in a box of the broken systems of the past. So thank you very much. I appreciate your work, and I encourage you to vote no on the current budget proposal.
Thank you.
Daniel Strongwater is next.
Hi, my name is Daniel Strongwater. I live at 806 Don Gaspar. I'm calling to echo the calls to defund the police. In addition to questioning the utility and use of the Buckman direct diversion project. I think we need to be investing in directly cleaning our water and fixing the systems that are not performing well, instead of a sleight of hand sending water into the Rio Grande, where it will not be cleaned as nearly as effectively as I'm sure many of the engineers have suggested. I think we need to be reinvesting the funding that is being allocated to the police, to community services, as well as the vital resources we need in the high desert, like clean water that is locally sourced and retained from rainwater collection, gray water collection, and actual cleaning at our wastewater treatment plants. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the effort on the budget. It certainly does not go far enough. I encourage you all to vote no, especially my counselors in District 2, Carol Romero-Worth and Mike Garcia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Miguel will be up next. Miguel, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that safer communities have more resources, not more policing. I'm asking you to vote no on this budget. I'd like to see more funds diverted to community services, especially affordable housing. It's going to be so critical. The average US city spends 5% of their budget on affordable housing. Santa Fe spends 0.7%. Unhoused people are not transients, they're members of our community. I asked you to divert funds towards mental health, addiction treatment, and early childhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan is up next. There's no last name. Alan, you've been unmuted. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move on, and then if they're ready, that's fine. There's Alana Faust. You're up next.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, now Alana.
Yep.
Alan.
Alan has just joined us, so let's go back to Alan.
All right.
Yes, I just, hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you please
Yes,
state your
Yes, my name is Alan Kapulski. I live at 405 Juanita Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I just want to say, this is a very special place, and we have a long way to go. We have a lot of covert, we're kind of like racism that is preventing some very important things from happening. I'm asking you to please vote no on this current budget. Thank you for doing this. Thanks for working on the budget, but I think we can, first of all, we can reduce crime in other affordable ways besides trying to use a paid revenue collection force. That's basically what the police are right now. So that's all I have to say, but please vote no on this.
Thank you.
That's it from me.
Thank you.
back to Alana Faust. You've been unmuted.
Hello. I actually didn't think I raised my hand.
Oh.
But I am here to reiterate what a lot of commenters have said and would like to see the city council reallocate the funds. I live at 1603 Salvador Place, 87501, and appreciate you all taking the time and reconsidering the way that we're spending our money.
Thank you.
Mayor, next up is, and I apologize for the pronunciation of this. It's, I believe it's Calixte.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Calixte Rafe Snyder, and my address is 127 Placita de Oro. Thanks all so much for all of your hard work on the budget, and I really don't envy your position at this very challenging moment. I would like to echo the sentiments of others who've spoken and encourage you to vote no on the proposed budget. There was actually a statement in the letter that accompanied the budget about embracing innovation and respecting the fundamentals with this budget. I believe that we're operating on the assumption that the police department is a fundamental and perhaps more of a fundamental than things like housing and social services that offer compassionate care for those struggling with addiction and mental health issues. I'd like to encourage the police department to do more with less as well. And there are innovative solutions, and there are other cities that are already exploring those. I think we can follow their lead. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we just remind anyone who's interested in speaking on the budget to please raise their hand? And if you were interested in speaking for another item, it has been, Geo Lane has been moved to August 12th. So if there's anyone else that's currently in the waiting room that's interested in speaking on the budget, please raise your hand. If you are interested in speaking on Geo Lane, that has been moved to August 12th.
And that's a very good reminder. And it's also important, if folks looked at an earlier version of tonight's agenda, several other land use cases and economic development items were postponed, including an item involving Descartes Labs. And so if you are expecting those items to be taken up tonight, I apologize. We didn't address every single one of them, but Geo Lane has been postponed until another evening. So apologies if you've been waiting patiently to speak to that particular item.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
I think it would be in order to let people know how to raise their hand. Some may not know.
Oh, okay. Christine, do you have the ability to show people or describe to people where to find that feature on their Zoom dashboard? That's a great point. They may want to raise their hand and not quite know where the toggle switch is.
Yes, Mayor, unfortunately, it does depend on the type of device they're on. So whether they're on an Android or an iPhone, and then as well as Macs, iPads, and so forth. So there was one individual, Alina, who did raise her hand. I'll go ahead and allow her to speak, and then I can do a walkthrough of a few of the major devices as Councilor Joanne Vihel-Coppler suggested.
Mayor,
so Alina has her hand up and she's been unmuted. She will be the next speaker.
Just before Alina goes, Mr.
Garcia,
if folks are having trouble raising their hands, I'm sure they could enter in something into the chat function that might suffice as raising your hand as well.
I don't think we've got an enabled chat function, but then Christine, maybe you can give them perhaps a phone number or some way they could get in touch with you with a phone call rather than being confined to the technology at hand. If we're frustrating people by not enabling them to alert us to their desire to speak, but they can't let us know that. But let's start with we have two hands showing at the moment, so let's go with those.
Correct, Alina is up next.
Yeah, hello. My name is Alina Pontius. I live at 500 Rodeo Road. My zip code is 87505, and I'm calling to express solidarity with the other constituents who have spoken today. And I would like to say that I also believe we should invest our tax dollars in social services such as the library, which is personally very important to me, as well as housing and youth and family services. And I'd like to thank you for taking my comment. And yeah, again, I believe we should invest our resources in our people and in helping them through this pandemic rather than cutting those resources from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, and I guess to all panelists, probably the easiest is if you hover over your name, you should have something that pops up that says raise your hand. That would probably be from a PC or different type of device. In the meantime, Max has his hand up. Max, you have been unmuted and allowed to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and governing body. My name is Max Beck-Keller. I live at 532 Oñate Place. Mr. Mayor, you say in the preamble to the budget that this is the best of times and the worst of times. However, I think this isn't the best of times. This, in fact, is the worst of times for many Santa Feans. And it's only going to get worse as the federal government ends its pandemic unemployment insurance assistance for people. Mr. Mayor, you've also said that this budget puts the community first. I do want to thank all of you for the work that you've put into this budget. I know that this is an extremely difficult financial situation for the city of Santa Fe. I know that it's unprecedented rather, to have a shortfall like this. However, I think that the city can do more for our community than this current budget does, with less than 1% for affordable housing in both the general fund and in the all funds budget. I think this is a far cry for caring for Santa Feans who are going to face homelessness. So I want to thank you for all of your work, and I also want to encourage you all to care for Santa Feans in the best way you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, at this point, if you're okay with it, and council, I would like to just ask each individual, there's only a handful left, if they would like to speak on this topic so that we don't miss anybody or any opportunity for anyone that wanted to speak. So if everyone's okay with that, I'll just kind of go down the line. Perfect. Thank you.
I think that's the best way to deal with the possibility that the hand raising doesn't work for everybody.
Perfect. And we only have a few individuals left. So Brandon Paris. Brandon, you've been unmuted. If you could please just let me know if you would be interested in speaking.
I'm not at this time. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Next up is Carol Johnson. Carol, are you interested in speaking on this item? I will move on. Christopher Hassel. Christopher, are you interested in speaking on this item?
It appears he's still muted, Christine. Christopher's mic is not working.
Yes, I unmute them on my end, Mayor, and then they unmute themselves on their end also.
Okay.
So we will keep moving. Daryl?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Daryl.
Yes.
I'll be brief. I'm once again here to echo the previous sentiments about defunding the police, just to add my name to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Can we get your last name, sir?
Oh, Daryl Lorenzo Wellington.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right. Next up is Doris. Doris, you've been unmuted if you're interested in speaking to this item.
I'm unmuting myself. I am just reiterating all that I've heard. I don't live in Santa Fe proper. I am the president of the Santa Fe branch of the NAACP, and I wanted to hear how the mayor and the budget was going to go. I really think that more needs to go to more or less defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, just a reminder to everyone, you can continue to watch this on YouTube once you've been removed from the meeting. Again, the next speaker up I have is Miko. Miko, are you interested in commenting this evening?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, I didn't realize I was able to comment, but sure. My name is Mikiko Ellis and I live in Santa Fe, 87507. I'm an educator, and I just want to echo a lot of the sentiments I've heard about voting no, taking some more time to truly listen to those most impacted in our community about what they need, and taking that into consideration with this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mariah? Looks like, oh. Let's see, next up is Nathaniel Hollis. Nathaniel, if you're interested in commenting, you've been unmuted. Or Nathan Hollis, I apologize.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just also like to echo what everyone has been saying. We need more money going to things like housing and less money towards the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, RJ Ward. RJ Ward, you've been unmuted. Right. Next up is Mariah Williams. Oh. All right, Mayor, I do have one more call in. It looks, I will go ahead and allow the caller on the line, the individual calling in with a phone, to speak.
Okay, we need a name, of course.
Yes.
Hi, this is Bianca Saposi Belmont. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thanks so much. I just want to echo what has been said, particularly around community engagement and just the concern that right now we're moving very quickly with the budget, understanding the conditions that have led to these important decisions being made, but there hasn't been enough community engagement, particularly with impacted communities, and also, and it's something that the city has got to get right. And we're struggling to do a good job with that. And we have to do better. And then the other thing is that the reorganization is pretty, it's a sweeping reorganization, and it should really be something that's done in conversation with the community. Of course, we should defund the police more and reallocate those resources to helping folks with the basic needs that everyone is struggling to meet right now: housing, mental health services, et cetera. So just want to echo what's been said. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for calling in. I see another hand, Christine.
Yes, Mayor. I apologize. I'm not going to get this name correct. Grete?
Yeah. Do you folks
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah,
you hear me?
ahead and, yes, please state
Great.
your name.
Yeah, I can help you with my name. My name is Grietje Lacher. I live here in Santa Fe, 87501 on West Alameda. I'm happy to make the mayor smile here with my name.
It's the pronunciation that is so quite beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. I won't say anything new that has been said by former people here or other people here in the city. I find this is such an extraordinary opportunity for making really positive, solid change that actually good stuff can be put in place. What Bianca said about community engagement, Mikiko said about involving especially like Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We absolutely have to invest in programs that foster trust and safety, that are really beautiful for young people, immigrants, the unhoused, homeless, working class people. We know this, but please, please work on this a little bit more. Thanks already for taking time but as a city, we can do a lot better and involve us. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, it looks like another individual, Faye, is on and has their hand up. And again, I apologize in advance for any mispronunciation of names.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for all your hard work putting into the budget. And I would just like to echo what everyone has been saying. Invest our community into care for each other instead of based on violence and policing. So I would just like to ask the councilor to vote no on this budget and to funnel more money into community care. Thank you. And I live in 834 Gilmore Street and 87505. Thank you. Good evening. Good night.
Thank you very much. Christine, what's the current state then? Do we have more folks who want to be heard at this time?
No, Mayor, at this time, the individuals that are still in the waiting room, I've attempted to unmute them and call on them, and they either did not.
Let's try one more time, because I think we in the past had an experience where somebody was urgently trying to get our attention and we didn't let them speak, not on purpose, but just because we couldn't get connected to them. So why don't you give it one more time through, because this is the city budget, and it would be a shame for people to feel as though we were trying or unable to let them get into the conversation after they've waited all this time.
Absolutely, Mayor. So we'll try again with Brandon Paris. Brandon Paris.
Brandon, if you're interested in making a statement, this would be your opportunity.
Hi, yeah. I just want to echo sentiments of defunding the police. I think that's important for our community. I won't say too much. Everybody else has already said something.
Okay.
I said what I want to say. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just didn't want you to go by the way. Who else is on the list, Christine?
Christopher Hassel. Christopher, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good evening. You know, those of us who are paying attention to this question and this program of defunding the police know that it has roots in some very unsavory places, and we absolutely need our law enforcement departments to be upheld and funded and supported by the community in the very difficult job that they do. The agenda, once one reads into it carefully, suggests that what is followed by defunding a police department is the institution of technology. So imperfect humans are replaced by perfect robots and drones and surveillance systems and so forth. We need to keep policing human and personal and community-based and not defund the police. It's an outrageous proposition coming from some very, very dark places.
Time.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Hassel.
Thank you.
RJ Ward. RJ Ward.
RJ, are you there? Okay.
And then Mariah Williams.
Yep. There we go.
Mariah.
Not yet unmuted, but present in the room.
Mayor, if Mariah does not wish to speak, I've tried unmuting her.
It didn't work.
No.
Okay. Well, I think we try. Are there other folks in the attendee area who do wish to speak at this time? Because this is the public hearing part of this proceeding.
Mayor, at this time, there are not.
All right. I think if that completes the folks who wished to have a chance to address the governing body, I think that will close that out. And Councilor Abeyta, I'll come back to you as the chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. To start the discussion, I will move for approval of the resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe fiscal year 2020-2021 annual operating budget. I would propose the amendment to strike an organizational chart on page 1, line 13, and strike on page 2, lines 3 and 4. The further resolve that the governing body also hereby approves and adopts the organizational chart included as an addendum to the fiscal year 2021 budget.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. So we'll now entertain discussion on the part of the members of the governing body who wish to comment or give us their insight on the budget. I see Councilor Garcia's hand is up first, followed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the Finance Committee and all the folks that work for our great city that went through the tiring process of developing this budget. It was a week and a half long process, and I know that there was lots of discussion and probably lots and sleepless nights helping to develop this. Also want to give a big thank you to everybody who's reached out to me, and I'm sure to all the other counselors, providing their feedback on the budget and what they think their government should be spending its money on. So I really appreciate that. I do have a couple questions. One, first immediately going, given that we just struck the organization chart, I guess my question is, why was the reorganization not conducted prior to the budget being approved?
Who are you asking, Councilor?
Whomever wants to, I mean, I think that was part of the initial proposal, and maybe that's to you, Mr. Mayor, of why. I know that, you know, the budget usually is worked on in the spring, and we're already late summer. And so I guess my question again is, why did we not make the changes to reorganize our operating structure and then move forward with the budget?
City Manager, you want to speak to that? You and I can both speak to it, but if you want to go first, I'm happy to follow up or go either way, however you want to answer the council.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, there's a couple of reasons. I'll start and Mayor can jump in. To begin, as you know, as you said, we normally would have a budget in March. When the pandemic hit, DFA extended the rules. We were able to submit our 2020 budget as a placeholder, but the deadline for a 21 budget is July 30th. So that set out the first clock. The second piece, as folks will remember, is when we were having all of the very intense and difficult conversations around the furlough and closing out 2020 and what that was going to look like. There was discussion and direction, by my interpretation, direction by the governing body to bring back any changes to their organization as part of a budget, because you wanted to see all of that within the context. We didn't want to make changes outside of a budget process because you wouldn't know, you know, you've got piece here, piece here, piece here. And so the very clear direction was to bring back any proposals in a reorg as part of the budget process. And so that's what we did. I think, you know, we all wish there's always more time to do. I think what we've done by proposing a balanced budget to meet this deadline and moving the resolution for the proposed reorg separately, we can move these different pieces again, and there's additional time for conversation. And I would just add my unsolicited comment that reorgs are really hard. And there's a reason why they don't happen. And I think in these unprecedented times, it was also really important that we not just cut the city budget, but that we reimagine it and find ways to build efficiency, effectiveness, breaking down our silos. And so reimagining the way we do business so we could continue to provide as much service as possible, taking care, again, of both our city residents, our city employees. If we just went from here to here, you lose all of it. And so it was really about reimagining the scope, nature, and shape of the city government. So with that, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
I didn't know if you wanted to further comment, Mr. Mayor, or
Well, I would just say that, I think we're going through a period of time in the country and in our own state and city where things evolve on an ongoing basis. And so at the same time that our finance team, our human resources team, the city attorney's office, the city manager, and all of our department heads were grappling with the fiscal reality, in a parallel conversation, we were exploring ways to use the opportunity of this crisis to make a difference, and not simply to lop off chunks of city government, but use a reorganizational mind frame that would be bold in this moment. The status quo is always easier to maintain because it exists, and as you know, people are familiar with it. And once you're familiar with it, it becomes the thing you're accustomed to. And I think what emerged in a side-by-side and overlapping process of conversations with department heads, with the city manager, finance director, and others was an evolving discussion about what would be the most creative way to restructure city government so that we ended up not just dealing with a crisis, but as some of the comments were earlier from our residents, leaning into the situation. And so creating a Department of Community Health and Safety, along with the task force that the governing body voted to create tonight, gives us a vehicle to do exactly what we heard about tonight in a consistent and ongoing way, which was let's think differently about how we not just have an organization chart that looks like a garden rake with department, but rather create new groupings where our community services team would collaborate with our police and fire and emergency service management team, and potentially, has been suggested by several council members, the recreation team being a partner in a different way for health and community safety and services. So I think what emerged as a process, and as I said at the beginning, this budget is not just a plan, it's a process, was an invitation for an ongoing conversation about synergies, eliminating redundancies that are wasteful, getting rid of holes where things fall in the cracks between departments that end up wasting dollars and delivering less successful services. I think the ordinance that was voted on tonight regarding nuisances is an example of making sure that the gaps that once existed that allowed these problems to persist has now been treated as a team effort to plug that gap. And so really and it will continue to be, Councilor Garcia. This is not, as you know from your own experience, you don't announce a reorganization and then declare it done. It's really about the people who have to work together, not the boxes that are representative of functions.
right. No, and I completely understand that. And I definitely will have my questions in regards to the reorganization structure and the appropriate time. I just didn't wanted to get clarification in regards to the timing of reorganizing, then setting a budget according to the approved reorganization schedule. Because, you know, my next question is, how will this budget be impacted should the reorganization recommend or request be not approved? What happens then with this budget?
I don't know, our city attorney spoke to that earlier this evening. Do you want to reiterate a little bit about the ways in which we are not locked into any particular, by this budget, presumed reorganization? Because I don't think we have assumed the reorganization in the budget per se.
Mr. Mayor, there could be budget adjustments for whatever portion of the reorg is adopted or not.
And there is a process that the governing body, the council, will be engaged in for the month of August as we look forward to not just this budget, but the proposals for attempting to make the city government structure reflect the comments we heard tonight about cooperation, collaboration, and a better utilization of our resources to meet the needs of people in the city.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate that. To shift gears a little bit, and I think it probably would be best for Chief Padilla to answer this question, given it's question pinpointed at his budget. I think he's on with us.
Yeah, we have most of our department heads, including Chief Padilla, are on the call.
Okay, thank you. So Chief, and I know this was asked in the committee hearings, but I just want to ensure that the public is well aware. Can you clarify how many, in terms of resource value, are there any resources being put forth towards what would be considered the militarization of our police force, whether it be buying the equipment, training, anything that can fall under that term of militarization of our police force?
Chief Padilla, are you unmuted, sir?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, yes, we have been participating in the 1033 program, which is where we've had the opportunity to receive some military equipment, from sleeping bags to rifle sights to Conex boxes or storage units. We did receive one Humvee, which was used for police recruiting and the community relations unit many years ago. Also an MRAP vehicle, which is that large vehicle that people once consider an armored vehicle or a tank. We are in the process of returning those to the state. And we have provided a list to Mrs. McCoy of all the items that we've received through that program. But we will be returning those 2 items.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief, for that clarification. And in regards to the budget that's in front of us tonight, are there any resources being requested that would fall into this category?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, at this time, no.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. I really appreciate that clarification.
Councilor, can I just put a slightly finer point on it, if I may?
Sure, absolutely.
So if I understand the chief's answer in full, it is in fact, we're demilitarizing by returning those vehicles. They will no longer be part of the Santa Fe Police Department. So in effect, there is a reduction in what people might regard as equipment that came from Department of Defense or other military sources. If folks are raising the question with what's going on around the country, and we're part of what's going on around the country, we need to step up and be counted. Our police department is reducing that profile, not increasing it.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the additional comments. It's good for the public to know. And Chief, I'm sure you're well aware, the councilors, the governing body has received lots of communications in regards to what the future of our police force should look like. You know, in particular, a request has been made to reduce funding for our police department by 50%. What kind of impact would that have, not only on our force, but do you see having on our community if there was an automatic 50% reduction in resources allocated to the police department?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, like I said, over 70% of our budget is salaries and benefits. Our police department has allocated 229 positions, and it's not just police officer positions. Police officer positions were slated for 169 out of that whole 229. But we do have vacancies throughout through non-sworn or non-union positions and police officer positions. And all the other money that's there is to pay for fuel, pay our jail bill. When somebody is incarcerated, we have to pay that nightly or daily fee. And everything else is all the support services to run the police department on a day-to-day business day. Everything is there. It's not just money just to play with. It is money that's there to pay the bills, from utilities to contracts to tow companies. It's all legitimate money, and there's no fluff built into our budget where it's just a free-for-all and we're just buying gear and equipment just to have a good old time with it.
Right. And so, Chief, I know, and I'm sure you can confirm this, our force is a bit stretched in the sense that, we've seen increased response times for calls from our community members. And the way it's been explained to me is the response is determined by the reason or justification for the call. So life-threatening call would have potentially a higher priority than somebody whose house was just burglarized and the burglars are no longer there. Would you see a reduction? How would you see a reduction in resources impact response times?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, like I said, right now, we average at least 60 to 70 police officers or patrol officers in the patrol division. That's braced out between 22 to 24 on each shift at an optimal level. We would love to have 30 officers per shift, so 90 officers assigned to patrol. So if we were to take that reduction in force and defund the police, those response times are only going to increase. So yes, it is preservation of life over property. You are correct. So if it's an accident with injuries or a domestic violence situation or a physical hand fight or someone's been stabbed or shot, that's going to take the priority over an after the fact burglary or a residential burglary where someone is not actively in the home and the burglary happened 1 hour before or 1 week before. So our increased response times would increase.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a tough question, and I don't know if you have the stats, so I apologize. How would you ask, if you have an accurate number, I would love it. But I mean, if you can give a percentage on the amount of responses you and your team and the force respond to in regards to what I would consider social responses, a response where you're dealing with somebody who might have substance abuse issues, somebody that might not necessarily need a police response and more so a social service advocate, what I would potentially call that. What's the percentage of your responses that you and your team regularly respond to those types of incidences?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I don't have those stats in front of me, but over the last handful of years, on average, we do spend a majority of our time responding to the disorderly conduct calls, which deal with people panhandling to people physically fighting. Deputy Chief Paul Joy is also with us, and he may have some of those additional stats to explain them, but they're not broken down specifically to the stat that you're looking for, but he may be able to provide an overview if that's what you're looking for.
Sure, go ahead, Deputy.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, sorry to jump in here. So I did have pull kind of a compilation of our top calls for service over the past like 3 years. And so obviously everyone knows we're transitioning to this new system, this one solution. So this is just going up from 2020, and I can go to 2019 and 2018 as well, with kind of the highest call volume for calls for service. So specifically what you're talking about, calls in which individuals may be, and if I'm wrong here, correct me, please. You said like intoxicated or under the influence individuals who are in need of services or things like that. So speaking to that, there are a couple of call types that are kind of like an all-inclusive type of call type where like if people are fighting at a bus stop or just being loud or yelling in a street, those are going to get classified as like disorderly conducts. Someone where you would get like a man down call, those could come in a number of different ways. It could either come in as like a welfare check, or depending on how the call comes in through dispatch, or it could come in through like as an ambulance assist. So going through those of the call types, and again, this is just until like June 1st, for welfare checks specifically, we had 2,024 calls for service. For suspicious person, which is another one that's kind of like a general type of a call, depending on how it comes in. Could be someone's in my yard, or someone's just walking down the street, or any number of different things. We had 1,438 of those calls specifically. Assisting ambulance calls, which are calls in which we would respond first, generally speaking, to make sure that the person involved, who may or may not be under the influence, is not going to be a threat or a danger to responding fire and EMS personnel. We had 1,180, and again, that's just from January up to the end of May. So that's just kind of a general overview. Looking at 2019, which is the whole year of 2019, for ambulance assist, we had 3,255. That's just for ambulance assist. Welfare checks, we had 5,135. And then suspicious person calls, we had 3,602. So that's pretty large call volume, just from those call types.
Right. And thank you, Deputy Chief. And so I guess my next question is, if we were to develop and put forth more social serving programming, do you see that as being a benefit to the police force and potentially reducing the responses that you have to provide to the community?
Chief Padilla, do you want to step up?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, yes, we can all acknowledge and agree that it's going to be a slow process, and that's our end goal, is to have these social workers, whatever this community caretaker is going to be available out and about to help the community. Instead of sending a police officer and a firefighter and an ambulance and a fire truck to respond to a man down call, if it's someone that's passed out on the side of the road, or two gentlemen that are panhandling aggressively or not, if this other civilian force were to respond to this location and try to offer services and get these individuals back into the community and get them a hot meal and provide shelter for them, I think we can all agree that is the end goal. But we all got to acknowledge that we can approve of this budget, we can approve of this reorg, and to hope that we're going to have this all up and running by September, October, that's a false hope. It's going to be a slow process, but yes, I truly agree, and my police officers and detectives would agree that we would rather have some other people dealing with these daily calls and give us the opportunity to get out there and engage with the community and be proactive and know these business owners, know these neighborhoods, and get out there and community police and speak to people and hear them and have that capability to focus on stop sign violations, red light runners and speeders and loud mufflers and everything else that you guys all hear from on a daily and nightly basis. But if we had this other group of individuals responding and taking care and getting people into the services that they need, yes, we can all agree to that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I got more questions, but I want to respect time of my fellow colleagues and counselors. So I think that's all the questions I have for our police department. I have a question for Miss Ladd. Miss Ladd, excuse me, I apologize. Miss Ladd, if she's on.
Alex, are you with us tonight?
So my question is, with this current budget, is it correct that we saw an increase for affordable housing?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the increase was related to our grant and our trust fund funding, which increased externally to the budget. So our federal grant obviously comes from HUD, the CDBG grant, and our trust funds come from development revenues. So it just happened that we had more of those funds. So it comes across as an increase in the budget.
Okay. So it's not actually an increase of funds availability. It's just something that, I don't know. It's very technical. But I just wanted to get some clarification on that, because I think we can all agree as much money we can put into affordable housing is priority.
Counselor, can I point of clarification? I think
sure, absolutely.
I think Alexandra, I think one thing that you've spoken about recently was the amendment to our inclusionary zoning code that the council approved last year, which in some respect accounts for the increase in dollars, over 800,000 that came in, I believe, in the first 6 months after that new ordinance was passed. So I think the council deserves credit. You deserve credit for developing that ordinance and for having more dollars available through that revised ordinance to apply to people who are looking for assistance through the city's means.
Mayor, thank you very much. You are correct. The ordinance amendment resulted in the collection of fees that we did not have, that we weren't collecting before. You know, in a perfect world, we would want a more sustainable, reliable source of funding rather than something that kind of rises and falls with the real estate market.
Thank you for indulging me, Councillor. Sorry.
Oh, no, I appreciate the clarification. It's good to know, because as I mentioned, I think it's a priority. We look at how we can increase resources into that particular fund. So if you'll indulge me, I've definitely got some comments before I yield the floor. So all budgets are not perfect. The budget before us tonight is not perfect. We must remember that the fiscal future of this city was turned upside down with the impact of COVID-19. But with the great challenges, there is also great opportunity to make progress. I do see us making progress with this budget. As the newly approved Community Health and Safety Task Force begins their work, the impact is already being felt within this budget and potentially future budgets. Progress is the $750,000 that's being allocated that will be used to support recommendations from the task force. This budget also begins the process of examining how we can modernize and improve our police force. This is a process that will require appropriate planning. That way we can move in a direction with community input. We must move in a direction that will best meet the needs of our great community. This requires that we develop and invest equitable and sustainable social service programs. Programs that address homelessness, substance abuse, our youth, affordable housing, mental health, and homeless support. Investing in these programs have proven to help reduce crime. Another highlight of this budget is the progress that is the increase of just our overall outlook. If we look back months ago, we were deep in the hole. We still are in the hole, but we're climbing out. Let us not forget, this budget is only the starting point, and it is not the finish line. We, as a community, will have to work together to determine what that finish line looks like. It will require patience and trust. We have to remember that we are not only working towards progress for the present, but we have to work towards progress for a better future for tomorrow and future generations. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for remembering I was next. Just wanted to thank the public for weighing in, sending us all the emails and messages. I'll speak for myself. I listened to every single one. I read all of them, didn't get a chance to respond to all of them, but did take to heart what people from the public were saying about the budget. We spent 7 days, 35 hours, arduous hours, a lot of scrutiny for each department. I'm sure all the departments loved how much we got into the minutia, but I think it was helpful for us to understand the different components of the budget, what makes up the revenue. And, I think we were fortunate to be able to get information to clarify some points for us. There was 2 points that I didn't get answered because we got the information after the fact, after our hearings were over. So I was wondering if someone from finance could just clarify this for me. We keep talking about cash reserves, and that was what we were able to use to make up the budget gap. But my question is that we have these funds, these are the reserves, and there's 18 of them, and some are restricted and some are not. And I guess what I wanted to understand, because you gave us a good breakdown about the balances of those funds, but what I was wanting to understand is which ones are restricted and which ones have a specific intended purpose to utilize those particular funds.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the 18 funds that we have outlined for you, the majority of them do receive revenue as indicated by city ordinance. That is the sources of the funds. As far as the uses of the funds, for a large portion of the 18, the uses of the funds are also governed by city ordinance. And so for this round, we have continued to follow the uses as outlined by city ordinance for those funds.
Okay, so like, for example, transit bus systems all went towards operations for transit. And I think there was one called the Genoveva Chavez Fund that was specific for that particular recreational facility, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes, that is correct. That's a great example. We do expect a decrease in revenue given that the facility was closed for approximately 3 weeks in the month of July. Therefore, that decrease in revenue, we needed to continue to cover expenses for utilities and staff, personnel, salaries, and benefits. Therefore, we did recommend to use a portion of the cash balances from the Genoveva Chavez Center Fund for that purpose.
Thank you. Just on that same point, the revenue sources for those funds, are they all coming from gross receipts tax, or are there other revenue sources that fund those funds?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that's a great question. A portion do come from gross receipts tax and other sources as well. For example, lodgers tax fund comes from the lodgers tax.
Okay. Were there any other sources that actually are supporting these funds? I mean, those are 2 big ones. The gross receipts tax is the big one, lodgers tax. Are there other ones? Because I didn't get a clear indication about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, yes, there are multiple different sources of revenue that make up each one of those funds. And as you can understand the complexity of the financial system and all of the different sources of revenue, from federal grants to state grants to fees, fines, as well as taxes are the majority of the revenue sources. And so any of those revenue sources can be the contributions to any of those 18 funds that we outlined for you.
Okay, thank you. And the other outstanding one was, we wanted to get more information about the lodgers tax and a breakdown of its legal authority, like what's actually fixed that we have to use that tax for, that tax revenue for, and then what had flexibility to be utilized for a particular program related to that line item. And I don't know if we have that information, but I would wanted to know if we have that information, and if we don't, when we're going to get it.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, yes, we did provide that information yesterday to the council.
I don't remember what you said about that.
Mr. Mayor, councilor, we did provide an outline of the city ordinance that governs the use of lodger's tax. There are 7 1% points for lodger's tax, and we were able to break up in consultation with the city attorney's office, outline each one of those percentages and how it is allocated by the different divisions and the departments and the intended purpose.
Can someone send that to me again? Because I don't remember
Of course.
receiving. And I just want to know, the reason why I ask about that is because we were trying to figure out if there was some flexibility to be able to support other aspects related to promoting our city, but it was also to see if arts and culture could get fully funded for their grant budget, and then also some other like community related topics. So as we move forward, and we had talked about this, we have this budget in place. However, there's going to be continuous adjustments. That's going to be also dependent on revenue coming in, and also other aspects that I think we all have placeholders for, about priorities and things that we want to make sure get fully funded as we move along if the economy does better and gross receipts tax improves. So I won't go through that list. I think we made our point about the things that we care about the most that didn't get fully funded through this round. I am happy that we didn't have to do beyond September any more furloughs and layoffs, and I hope that that continues pending the economy. And also that we were able to continue funding our rental assistance program. I think that's going to be a larger need as we move forward. And the assistance that was occurring for people that were on unemployment is not going to be there. So we need to find other ways to support community members. And I think one of our staff people said that the CARES Act will also be helping us with that in terms of rental assistance. So that made me less anxious about the situation that's going to be confronting us soon. I think for those of you that were able to watch our budget hearings, they were very long, but I think the longest one was the scrutiny we had for the police budget. And we probably spent about 3 hours on that topic. And I think what I gathered from that, and all of my colleagues weighed in, I think there were questions that we asked that helped clarify kind of priorities of the department and what they need to be successful, but also like what are the things that we want to shift as we move forward. And this budget isn't necessarily a reflection of that, but I think what I got out of that conversation is that there was a commitment from the police about committing to budgeting anti-bias trainings. And I will keep on that, pressing on that, since I've always thought that was an important piece to our work, even for the rest of our city staff. I think what the chief just mentioned is about returning armored response vehicles back to the state. I also recall that the new tasers request that they had was not included in this budget. I also heard, and maybe the chief can confirm for me, there are vacancies they have within their own department, and even just with operations for the police force, there's 23 vacancies right now. And I had asked him a pointed question about how, if there's potential now that we have, we'll be moving forward with the Community Health and Safety Task Force, what does that look like in terms of the 23 vacancies and the potential for those positions to actually support social workers? And Chief, will you remind me, you did say, yes, that's a possibility once we start actually working out the details about what's needed for safety, but also what's needed pending the particular calls requests that you get. And you just outlined that for Councilor Garcia. And it was very obvious from our conversation that most of the calls that you all respond to, are public health related. So I'd like to hear from you again about the 23 vacancies, that as we move forward with discussions, that there's a potential to be using those positions for social workers or other social service related functions.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, yes, we still have 23 police officer vacancies at this time. We have 10 police laterals in the background that we hope to hire in the next coming future. But as I learned, even just as of today, that 2 officers that we have currently in the police department are looking to go elsewhere. So that number is always fluctuating. So I know we said it was amazing if we were to get our vacancy rate down to 13. But if we do hire these 10, we can anticipate that 2 would be leaving and we drop to 15, which is still a good number. But we got to focus on that core services of the police department, which is that patrol division, which is day shift, swing shift, and graveyard, where those patrol officers are the ones dealing with these nuisances, as you mentioned, and these public health concerns of people panhandling, people passed out in a park, to someone struggling from a drug addiction in and around Pete's Place or on Harrison Road, or causing issues in a waterway or underneath a bridge. And that's where our officers are having to respond to. And these are 2 officer calls or response team. So it takes time and slows things down. But yes, I did agree to that the other day. If it's something as we move forward that our staffing levels are sustainable and we have that good core response within our patrol teams, that yes, we could possibly explore the possibility of converting these 10 positions into these social workers, or what are the official titles going to be. And if those positions remain within the police department and we have that collaborative effort of working together, well, then we go that route. If we feel that these 10 positions need to be under a different department, then we will definitely help and work from there. But it's all about collaboration and having this response team being out there. Who cares which department or division they're underneath, but in the long run, if our response to those types of calls go down, our officers would be happy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of both and, looking at what the data shows, and then that would actually determine core services. And I would like to suggest and actually require that we get regular updates about what your responses have been, like what those calls have been for you all. Not because I think it would just help us to understand what are the restraints and what are the things that you all are up against, and also help us understand like what are the things that we really need to shift. And if we look at the responses, I think it'll be clear based on your anecdotal information is that it's public health related, as I said earlier. So I will stop at that, but I guess I just wanted commitment from you since we had talked about that. I think it's extremely important as we move forward. One other thing that we scrutinize, I think is important to mention, is that I'll be watching very closely what is happening on our emergency management department front. What we had learned, or I learned, is that most of the state Homeland Security grants are actually administered through our emergency management department. And that means those are grants that I think, in my opinion, are what creates more militarized equipment. And because it's free, I think that's where we tend to be like, well, it doesn't affect our budget. Well, it does, because I just think that those are things that are not priority in my mind. So I'll be looking at those closely when we get any kind of grants or requests through the finance committee, and making sure that we're not supporting anything that's either perceived or actually militarized equipment. I'm not going to approve anything that has to do with what I consider toys that are unnecessary equipment that I don't think actually helps our police force have a stronger presence, a community presence. So I just want to make that point that I'll be looking at those closely when they come through, if they come through. So I think I've already put that flag out to the staff that those are things I will not support. And just in closing, now that we're moving forward and we have the task force that's approved, and I've committed to co-chairing the Community Health and Safety Task Force. I think the reason why I committed to it is because I've heard from a lot of people and community members over the years and even presently about the fact that it's long overdue that the city ensure public safety practices are transparent, that we have accountability, that we ultimately are building trust with our community members, while we're also investing in what I consider prevention and evidence-based practices to protect our community and serve them better. So I think it's about trying to find the right response to the right needs, and taking the necessary steps that we need to, what we keep saying, reimagine what public safety could look like, but also what it can feel like in our community. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to our updates on the budget, because we'll have regular updates and possible adjustments in the future. And also, I'd like to say that there's things about the reorg that I have concerns with, but as we move forward, I'll be bringing up those issues when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Vihil Coppler, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if I was next or wherever, but
Well, you're next.
I do want to start by thanking everyone who worked on this budget, all of the staff. That's where it starts, way down at the lowest levels with all those data holders and such, and certainly thanking the Finance Committee for all the hours that you put in. I have a couple of questions first to start, because I'm still not clear about what finally happened here. Maybe Ms. McCoy can answer. I would like to know what happened to the Golf Course Limited contract, and do we have someone to run the golf course after all?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the Gulf, New Mexico Golf Limited is not included in the FY21 budget at this time. We have been asked by the Finance Committee members to make this one of our top priorities as we are moving forward to be able to, in a very short period of time, bring forward a plan to ensure that there is a contract in place for us to be able to continue the operations at the golf course. We are currently working on that plan at this time and do expect to be bringing forward a plan shortly.
So when does this budget go into effect?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we plan, as soon as the council votes today to pass the resolution, we will then be submitting our budget by July 31st to New Mexico Department of Finance.
And so does the budget take effect August 1st? Or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we do currently have a placeholder budget in place as DFA has allowed us to, so we are currently operating with an FY21 budget. The new fiscal year 21 budget would take effect as soon as the signatures. I believe I would defer to our city attorney's office, but as soon as the signatures are on the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, Finance Director McCoy, and Councilor Vihil Coppler, I have not seen the DFA rule on that, so I think it would just depend on what they've told us. This is an unusual year. Typically, they would go into effect July 1st. So I don't know if they have to send us official word or not. We could check, but it could be as soon as we adopt it, and then we've got to submit it to them. But given the new deadline this year, I'm not positive.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. McCoy, are you confident, or maybe we have John Munoz or Jennifer Romero? I mean, does the contract we have with New Mexico Golf Limited carry over because of its own effective date? And since we're on the old budget still, is there someone that's going to be there to run the golf course tomorrow?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we are again working, this is one of our top priorities over the next few days to ensure that we are able to continue services with the New Mexico Golf contract.
Okay, so I guess there really is no answer right now for if there's a gap in service and what's going to happen there. but it's very concerning to me anyway. The next item with regard to the MRC is there seemed to be some confusion after the Finance Committee adjourned about the marketing position at the MRC and whether it was stated in the hearings that the marketing position for MRC was moving to the clerk's office, but I think it was just verbally said. And my understanding is that's a mistake and it's supposed to be the Parks and Recreation marketing person that moves. But I tried to follow up today because there seemed to be a disparity in the salary, which made it seem like the salary and benefits were moved out of the golf course marketing position. Did that get cleared up?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, the marketing position that you are referring to is remaining with the MRC. You are correct. The marketing position that will be transferred to the city clerk's office and the council and constituent services office is actually from Parks and Recreation. And that was outlined in the listing of positions that was provided to council.
Okay, so, you know, I have just some regular comments about this. I might have some questions stuck in between, but, you know, I understand that we're kind of behind the 8 ball and it's unfortunate to be in this position to have a budget overlap and not really have the resources that we have had in the past to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish. And so, you know, I see the budget as a roadmap. It's always a roadmap that defines where you want to go. And, you know, we are faced with having a budget in place to continue the services for our residents. I'm between a rock and a hard spot because, well, I guess that's the same thing. Neither side seems to be good because this is compounded by this reorganization idea and can be quite cumbersome to untangle the web of numbers that we were presented with. Now, I'm not on the Finance Committee, but I attended every budget hearing. And, you know, I want to say that I know we had all of the public comment and have had about the police department. You know, I support funding for the police department. I think it's really important to have some security about us in our city and provide that. But I also think that it's a philosophy that different police departments can take, not only in our city, in our state, and around the country. But I think community policing covered by social services, social agency staff working together to solve some of these problems, not only with police, but in fire, because not all of the calls are related to safety and security. A lot of them have to do with homelessness and mental illness and other types of addiction. And so I think that's the way that we should focus. But on the other hand, in my experience, I have seen a lack of urgency in the police department. And I think that's also something which doesn't necessarily need, well, all of these are not necessarily, they don't necessarily need a reorganization to solve the problems. I think it's a philosophy that comes from the police chief, garnered with support from those officers and unions that help shape community policing. And of course, from us as a governing body. I think with or without reorganization, I think that we can do this. And what I see happening with down the road, the proposal is that we're adding another layer of something to accomplish, I'm not sure what, because I think we certainly have a police department and a fire department who are very capable of working together, working with the social agencies that we work with already to come together and collaborate on the goals of all of those organizations, which are only for the betterment of these social issues that we have. I'm very conflicted about this budget, and I'm conflicted because having attended each of the hearings, the budget was presented as if reorganization had already happened. Now, some of the budgets are standalone budgets, but there was a great deal of discussion about transfers in, transfers out, moving contracts, moving staff, where staff would go, a lot of the documentation written in the budget materials, and there are many in different places, and I've tried to put them all together, but there was a lot of discussion about positions and where they were now and what their focus was going to be and such. And so I'm disappointed that it was prepared in that manner, because it's not, we haven't even gotten to that point. And what it does, I think it doesn't provide the type of public scrutiny and transparency that it needed to have, just as a budget following the current organizational plan. After all, we are in the current organizational plan. And I think we need to let the public know what we're modeling our budget after. We need to let our employees know. They are also our constituents, because without them, we would get nothing done. And there's a great deal of concern among our employees about where they're going to be housed, where are they going to work, what's going to happen to their job classifications, what happened to the class and comp study. Did they really get the scrutiny they need to get? Are they going to get new duties? I've gotten a lot of calls from employees, certainly a lot of anxiety and stress about this. I'm not so sure that the approach was the best approach to act as if reorganization had already occurred. I will say this, I don't think a pandemic is the right time to reorganize. Now, I know this reorganization topic is going to be in a few weeks, but this budget before us has some elements to it that already have the money in the places where these employees are supposed to reside. And I've got a lot of concern about that. I don't think that the reorganization plan, hence the budget plan, was done quite as low into the organization as it could have been. Some department directors are still wondering, like, what is it that I really have here? And I think that, you know, a more collaborative process internally would have helped the anxiety that's been created, including, I mean, we had questions at Finance Committee about our own council budget. It was brought up that none of us was asked. I know I wasn't, but I'm not asked on many things. I wasn't asked, and some of you testified in Finance Committee that you weren't asked, what kind of council budget do we have? Why did contractual services get whisked away into finance budget? What kind of supply budget do we have? And so on and so forth. We weren't consulted. So to anyone who's listening, any employees, because I think there's a lot of interest in this, you know, you weren't the only ones. So when you collaborate on something this big, on a roadmap of where the city's going, and you're relying on employees to help you get there, then there should be a more collaborative process. At least that's the way that I think it should happen. The other big concern of mine, you know, and I've said this a million times throughout the years, and you all know this, human resources and salaries and benefits are 70% of an organization's budget. This budget, as it was presented to us, did not have one single FTE aligned with each organizational unit. And furthermore, those FTEs weren't identified, even how many exempt employees, how does that follow the position, classified employees, term employees, temporary employees, which I don't think we have any more temporary employees, but we don't know because it's all bunched into salaries and benefits. And when you don't track budgets to the finite detail, I'm not sure that that we have the information we need as a governing body, nor does the public have the information they need. You know, I asked for that information probably every chance I got to talk, and we did get something, which you know was better than nothing. But I understand that, you know, we have 1,599 employees. Doesn't say if they're what status they have, classified, exempt, term, etc. And the FTE, I mean, the fiscal year 21 recommended is 1,568. So, you know, we can't answer, we can't tell from the budget, where did those employees, where did we sacrifice employees? Were those the temporary employees and such? So the budget as it's presented, I think, you know, we are between a rock and a hard spot. But I'm not in favor of approving a budget that already has reorganization built in. Now, I did ask that question early on, and I'm thankful for Ms. McSherry's answer, wherein she said, oh, we can always BAR. But I think the council, the governing body, needs to keep an eye on this. I think we need to pay real attention to what managerial things are going on a day-to-day basis, and ensure that we are operating within a budget until or if reorganization is approved. I don't know how we do that, if we get regular reports or how we do that. I suppose employees will tell us all because they're very concerned. I know I'm not the only one that gets calls from employees, and I think it stands to reason that there should be an outlet for employees to talk, and they can talk to whomever they wish. But I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure what to do here tonight. But these are my concerns, and I'm you know, I am thankful for everyone who worked on this. But coupling it with reorganization was probably, in retrospect, not the best idea. Thank you.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Casas Sanchez, your hand is up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to take too long, as I feel a lot of the conversation has been borne out by my colleagues who've spoken before, as well as over the last 7 days of budget hearings. I did think it would be remiss of me not to address the many individuals who wrote to me regarding public safety and the feeling that there was not enough change within this budget. I do come from a place where I really am a believer in looking at how public safety and public health are tied together. And I am very supportive of moving forward with the task force. I think that we did learn a lot, as Councilor Villarreal mentioned. You know, we spent 3 hours speaking with the police chief and with the police department about what they are facing and the various calls that come in, and looking at their budget and how that budget then informs public safety. What I've really taken away from this conversation is we have a public safety system as a whole that needs to be looked at. I think that there are some pieces of it that we will be keeping, and I think there are some pieces of it that are going well. But ultimately, I think that we are doing, you know, we're doing a disservice to our community as well as to our police force if we were to continue the way that we're going. I know that this, for a lot of people, that's where they're saying, let's make the big change, but we have to do the groundwork first. And so that is what I would ask of the community is we really need to do this groundwork. And somebody, I think must have been Councilor Villarreal, mentioned that this has been happening for a while, and we understand that. And unfortunately, the groundwork wasn't done before, which means that it is going to be falling on this committee. So that's really what I wanted to let everyone know who has reached out to me, that I hear you, I agree with you. I think that our police department can also be a more effective police department if we take these changes. And I also want to encourage you, we just passed the task force. We just approved it. If this is something that you're very passionate about and very interested in, apply to be on that task force, because that's where that community conversation is going to happen. And we do want to hear from the community, and we are working on creating those avenues. And so I highly encourage you to apply to be a member of that task force. Look for the opportunities to speak in public about that task force. Other than that, you know, we've all said it. This is a first step for the budget. This is a year where there's going to be a lot of changes that we can't foresee, that will not be changes that we choose. And it also looks like it will be a year where there are potentially changes that we will choose. And so I think that the budget will continue to evolve as we look at how our city needs to be structured and how we want to serve it. I have a lot of questions about the reorganization, but I understand that's not the topic for tonight. And over the next 3 weeks to a month, I think that we all will be doing our due diligence and looking at how this best serves us moving forward. So I want to thank the finance team and all of the members of our staff who have presented and who provided us more information as we asked for it. I know that we asked for a lot of information, and I know that we will continue to do so. So I do want to thank you so much for that. One piece that I wanted to hear a little bit more about, or rather make sure that the community hears a bit more about, I believe it's the CARES grant. And I think that it was a pretty large number that we are looking at. Either Ms. McCoy or Ms. Ladd, can somebody please share with the community what we are hoping to get and what that money can assist us with in this challenging time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, thank you for the question. We are very eagerly awaiting the guidance from DFA and to really dive into the application for the CARES Act. The CARES Act, the state was allocated CARES Act funding from the federal government. Thanks to the governor and the legislature action during the special session in June, they did allow a portion of the federal CARES money that was allocated to the state to be allocated to local governments. There will be an application process for that, and our staff is preparing, given the parameters that will be coming out, exactly what we can apply for. Our focus at this point, publicly has been the FY21 operating budget. As we mentioned, throughout the budget hearings, we will shortly be bringing forward an application and a proposal for the federal CARES Act funding. In addition, during the legislature created and the governor approved a loan fund that the mayor and the city actively advocated for. And so we also expect to be applying for the loan fund opportunity with the New Mexico Finance Authority. This will be, both of these sources of funding will be much welcome, especially given the uncertainty of the revenue going forward and our ability to be able to really respond to the pandemic and the uncertainty that it has caused, not just for the city finances, but in our community. Mr. Mayor or City Manager, I would defer to you for some additional details.
I think you spoke very clearly about what we're going to be looking for. The CARES funding can, in fact, be a major benefit to our emphasis on the issues that were raised by many of the folks who spoke during the public hearing about concern over responding to the urgent needs of members of our community who have to contend with drastically reduced security in their own lives. We're dealing with people who are potentially needing small amounts of money to get them through the day, or large amounts of money to make sure they don't lose their shelter and their other basic needs. And I think here again, I do believe that the terrific management team that we are all the beneficiaries of, including not just Mary and her finance team and Alexandria in affordable housing, but also Kira Cho in community services, the great work that Regina Wheeler has done, the ability that this team has manifested to come together and address a real multiplicity of needs, from food to shelter to clothing to housing to kids to seniors. That's where we'll be looking to apply hopefully the support we'll be getting from the state. The bad news, which we should all continue to be upset about, is that the federal government continues to show us a cold shoulder. There is a measure in the Senate that is championed by the White House that continues to provide absolutely nothing for cities and local government. And so we are truly fortunate that the governor and the legislature have been much more mindful of the role that local government plays in the lives of everyday folks in Santa Fe and across the state of New Mexico. And we'll continue to work collaboratively with them. We have excellent working relationships in the state government and across those departments and in the governor's office. So our goal is to try to make use of as many different sources of revenue as we possibly can. And frankly, I think what we did in keeping our own gross receipts tax reserve fund in reserve is another testimony to careful management and thrifty management, so that we are not exhausting our resources in a time of enormous uncertainty and volatility. Counselor, you still have the floor, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it was helpful to hear that. You know, I know that we have mentioned priorities throughout the budget hearings, and I will just reiterate, you know, I've said multiple times, I believe that I think that getting those budget or those priorities in order so that when money comes in, we're ready to put it back out where it needs to go. And for me, this is my priority, is how do we really address these basic needs of our residents that we know were already stressed in many situations and are now going to be more stressed. So I do want to thank the team a lot for the work that you're doing in getting this extra funding. And you know, we really could use it. So keep up the good work. That's all I have to say today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, you have your hand up next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, everybody deserves a thank you with this. The entire council, particularly the Finance Committee. Chairman Abeyta, you did an excellent job in guiding us through days and days of going through this budget. And Ms. McCoy, your staff is to be commended, as are you. We ask for things every day, and I know that it had people working late into the night to get that information to us. No one ever said, you know what, we aren't going to be able to get that for you. No one ever said anything like that. Everybody always said cheerfully, we'll get that for you right away. Thank you. You know, it's easy to get into the weeds on this, but I think the overall picture is COVID-19. We had a budget all ready to go. It was a very, very different budget than staff had to pivot and put together. I mean, this was not simple. We all have areas of this budget that we're disappointed with, but we should be pretty happy that we were able to pivot as quickly as we could and put together a balanced budget. And astoundingly enough, no one got laid off. That's an amazing thing for the amount of money that we took from the original budget and the budget that we are now proposing. Do we have disappointments? Yeah, every counselor here has disappointments about this budget, no doubt about it. For the people that have called me and sent me emails that I haven't been able to answer, I apologize. There's been a lot of them. It's not typically how I do business, but I haven't been able to. The police budget has been the topic of almost all those calls and all those emails. So let me just say that when we looked at the police budget, the suggestion I made was that when we talk about reorg and when our community health and safety task force does their work, I hope that right now we're as staffed up with the police as we've been in a very, very long time. And we know that the police have many, many, many calls, thousands of calls that are not the kind of calls that they're particularly trained to answer. These calls that we're talking about with community health incidents, they're not social workers, they're not case workers. They get thousands of those calls that they have to answer. So transferring some positions out of the police into a new area is probably something that I would immediately support. I think it's worth us trying that. The police are pretty well staffed up. When I hear people say that they want a 50% reduction in the police budget, I understand philosophically some of the things that you're deeply troubled by. But what I also know is the police had in 2019, 97,000 calls for service. When people call the police, they want the police to show up. 97,000 calls for service. We get lots of complaints from people that they call the police and no one showed up for 2.5 or 4 hours. I can't even imagine what it would be like if we cut that budget 50%. Do we refocus and try to create a different culture? Yes, we do. But we also need to, as a city, refocus and create a different culture of what we call the police for. 97,000 calls in a year. That's astounding. That's over we have a population of about 83,000. That means everybody called the police in 1 year and a bunch of people called twice. So these are hard things to find a proper balance with. And I appreciate my colleagues being willing to look at this and talk about doing it differently. I think voting tonight to have a health and safety task force is proof that this council is willing to consider different things. We are willing to try to change the culture of how it's always been with the police, what we've asked them to do, what we can ask them to do in the future. And no one here likes to disappoint people. But you have to bear with us to try to find the balance with this. It's not possible to cut the police funding 50% and continue to provide for the health and safety of the citizens of this city. Are there some other areas that I feel disappointed about? Yeah, sure there are. But I'm willing to move forward with what has been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of people's best work, people that I know care about this city, care about all the citizens, and they've presented to us the very best work that they possibly know how to do. I respect them for it. I trust them. But I also know that everybody's on their toes. This is a budget that's going to change. Guarantee it. I mean, this budget's based on our best prediction. It's probably going to change, friends. And I trust us to do it. And I trust us to support each other and to do the very best that we possibly can for the constituents of this city that everybody clearly cares deeply about. So I won't go into any depth on this, Mayor. I probably talked longer than I wanted to. I was had a few other things I wanted to say. I wanted to try to talk about my like the president about my IQ test or whatever he had and reel off those things, but I'm gonna let it go. I won't say them all, but I know them all. But the committee did a great job. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. McCoy. Your staff really performed very, very admirably.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate your comments and the depth of feeling you bring to them. Counselor Rivera, your hand is up next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question for a follow-up for the police chief regarding the military equipment that we had received. Do you know when that was, Chief?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, we've been participating in the program maybe about 10 years now, off the top of my head. I can give you the exact date when we started, but I believe in the PowerPoint presentation that was provided, it does have the beginning and then an overall inventory of everything that we've received.
All right, so I remember, I'm a lot older than you, Chief, Oklahoma City bombing in 95 and then Columbine in 99. And then 2001, we had September 11th. And I know that we received quite a bit of equipment, probably in 2002 or 2003. And I remember PD having that equipment out in front of City Hall before a council meeting. And many of those council members going outside and eyeing and oohing about the new equipment we received from the military. And what I want to do now is just caution us about being reactionary to things that are going on in society right now. I don't want to be here 20 years from now wishing that we hadn't done things based on things that were happening at the moment. And I think that's kind of where I feel like we're at now after September 11th, is that we probably shouldn't have received that equipment. We shouldn't have been outside oohing and eyeing over that military equipment. But it's hard to see that when you're in the moment. So I don't want us to get reactionary to things that are happening now and then 20 years regretting all of it. So that's one thing I'll say about that. The other thing, Chief, you mentioned 10 PD officers that are in the works. Is there anything in this budget that is prohibitive to getting those 10 people on board? Are they laterals or are they new hires?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, they are 10 police laterals. So they're all in-state police laterals. So they're fully trained. They've gone to the Law Enforcement Academy, and we would love to have them in a heartbeat. As of now, from what was presented, is we only have 5 police officer positions that we'd be able to hire. So we'd have to turn away 5 of those positions. So I'm hoping tonight that you all would be able to recommend that we have that capability to hire all 10 of them. And then obviously through budget adjustments, we only have about $40,000 right now to cover the hiring incentive for those laterals of $7,500. So through budget adjustments through our current budget that's proposed right now, we would have to find the money within our existing budget to cover the rest of that hiring incentive for these police laterals. But we're hoping to hire them if everything works out and we get the approval, that we'd be able to hire them now by September.
And how much are you looking for to bring on those additional 5 officers?
Just the incentive itself, it's 7,500. So if we got all 10, and we would need that full 75,000, and we have about 44,000. So just to play it safe, we need another at least $40,000 to $50,000.
All right, and I assume as with years past, as soon as you bring those 10 officers on, a couple weeks, months later, you're down another 10 or so. So it's good to try to stay ahead of those. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that is correct. As I mentioned earlier, just between yesterday and today, I found out that 2 officers are leaving the police department, moving on to other agencies. There's always a couple anticipated retirements by the end of this calendar year. And then just what happens between now and then, just the culture and law enforcement altogether. And Councilor Rivera, just to clarify the question and the statement you had raised earlier when you said other councilors were oohing and ahhing in front of City Hall. If you're referencing the Lenco Bearcat, which is the black armored SWAT vehicle that was given to different agencies throughout the state of New Mexico, and the city of Santa Fe was a recipient of one of those Lenco Bearcats. And that was in 2006. So that didn't come from any military program like the Marine Corps, the Army, Air Force, Navy. That was through the Department of Homeland Security. I believe they select at least 5 to 6 agencies throughout the state. We were one of them that received that free of charge.
Yeah, I don't remember the types of vehicles that were. I just remember it was, shortly after 2001 that these vehicles came forth and everybody was thankful for them. So I appreciate that. Back to the 10 officers. If we were to increase our staff by 10 more trained officers, they could be on the street a lot quicker. And I imagine more officers means less stress on current police force and more people out in the street and able to answer calls in a more expedient fashion.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that is correct. Each patrol shift, as I mentioned earlier, between day shift, swing shift, and graveyard averages at least 6 to 8 police officers per shift. If one of them calls in sick, one's in training, one's on some type of family medical leave, those numbers diminish and we have to backfill and have that minimum staffing level. And that's where we have to rely on our overtime budget to fill those positions or backfill. Like I said, as I mentioned earlier, I would love to have 30 patrol officers per shift. So 30, 30, 30, 90 on patrol bare minimum, which would obviously improve that morale. And that workload would go down on each officer and our response times would increase.
All right, thank you, Chief. And thank you to Councilor Lindell. I agree with everything she said. I do think this task force will look at policing and see what it is we can do differently. And I agree that there are things that we can do better than we have been doing, and we probably should be doing better. But I don't think defunding the police by 50% is anywhere near the right answer. I think we just need to do things differently. So I hope that the city manager can find that small amount that the police is asking for to bring on those 10 officers. Again, it's difficult to find officers that are already trained that can do a limited amount of field work and then be out on their own. Chief, how long does it take to train a brand new officer from beginning to end?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, for a police cadet, on average, it takes about 10 to 11 months. So from day one through a pre-academy and then the law enforcement academy of 16 weeks, the field trained officer program of 14 weeks. It's a whole 10, 11 month process. Right now with these lateral officers coming on in, if they're in-state laterals, on average, it's about 4 to 6 weeks before they hit the streets all on their own. So it'd be a major impact here to the police department to help us out.
Yeah, I think that's important for us to think about moving forward in the next hour or so, or however long this budget takes. I'd also like to thank the Finance Committee, the Finance Chair, Ms. McCoy, all her staff. They've done a great job. I was able to attend most of the sessions and contributed at some point. I'd like to thank the chair for allowing us to do so. And overall, I think it's a pretty good budget. Again, it's difficult to predict how things are going to change during the entire year, which we've seen right now. And sometimes things are good, sometimes things are bad, and you just adjust. And that's what we're doing now. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor. I think that's all I have for now.
Counselor, thank you. Appreciate you. Let's see. Counselor Mayorworth, your hand is up for the first time. Counselor Garcia, you're looking for a closing statement after Counselor Mayorworth. I think we're trying to stay within our time boundaries and get things done, but I'll recognize Counselor Mayorworth next, since she has not had a chance to speak yet.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible. I think a lot of what I would say or point out has been said. So most of my comments will be directed at my constituents and the public at large. I would just say, one, thank you for all the calls and emails that I have gotten over the course of this budget process. I do listen to them. I do read them. I don't always respond to every single one of them. It's just almost impossible. But I want you to know I do get them and I do read them. I want to thank the chair of the Finance Committee, Councilor Abeyta. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I feel like this budget has been our life for almost, week and a half now, if we go much longer, maybe 2 weeks. So I just hadn't had a chance to thank you. So thank you for your leadership on developing this budget. Thank you, Mary, and your team. I think, and thank you to all the department heads and your staffs. It is really remarkable what's happened. And as has been pointed out, there was a budget. Our fiscal year started July 1st. We are required by state law to get our budget to the Department of Finance and Administration before the start of the fiscal year. Because of COVID, we were thrown a real loop, and I guess I just have a couple of things, Mary, if you're still there, if you could just speak. And again, it's not. I think if for all those of us who were participated in the Finance Committee meetings, we've heard this, but I think it would help us, Mary, if you could just talk a little bit about the uncertainty under which this budget was developed. So the fact that how you go about in a normal year figuring out the budget and what had to change, what you did to try to have a methodology for thinking about projecting revenues that was different than what you might do in previous years, because I think that's important for people to understand.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, thank you for the question. I think we began talking about this uncertainty in our revenue collection back in April, as the public health order came down from the state to start social distancing, to restrict capacity at our local shops, our local stores, and to completely shut down some facilities, whether it be gyms or restaurants. We rely on the gross receipts, primarily on the gross receipts activity in the city for our revenue. That's one of the largest sources of our revenue. So at that time, we did realize that this is not going to be a normal fiscal year 20. We were in the last quarter of fiscal year 20 at that time. And, as has been mentioned several times, we were in the final stages of putting our FY21 budget to bed at that time. So we did realize that a revenue forecast revision would be in order. Thankfully, the state DFA did recognize that this was not a normal year where we could rely on historical data to see us through projecting our revenue for the 12 months of fiscal year 21. So at that time, they did allow us extra time. They did allow us to submit our FY20 budget as a placeholder and allow us until the 31st to submit a resolution from the governing body for our FY21 budget. So very grateful again to the state for understanding that these were not normal times and that we would need extra time to be able to understand if we had to dip into our reserves to be able to adjust our revenue. As far as our methodology, starting in April and going forward, again, no amount of historical data could really help us understand how the next, at this point, 11 months of the fiscal year will play out in terms of revenue. I think we've talked early on about timing, how the economy will reopen, when it will reopen, and at what capacity it will reopen at. As we mentioned, even within our own facilities at the city, the Chavez Center was closed for the first few weeks of the fiscal year. So that impacts our revenue sources into the city. So something as focused as the Chavez Center or something as broad as our GRT revenue, each revenue source has its own complexity, whether it's a fee or a fine or a tax. And at this point, as unemployment has risen over the last few months in the city of Santa Fe, that also factors into consumer spending, that factors, that ripples through the economy in several different ways. So as we get these data points, these regular updates from the state, Department of Workforce Solutions is sending us weekly updates on employment numbers and unemployment numbers in the city and in the state, which we are very grateful to have a regular update. We are receiving updates from our tourism industry, from the airport. So we are really able to gauge in real time how the economy is opening. Again, at what capacity, what sectors are reopening. We are also monitoring to see what businesses are remaining open, what businesses close, and what businesses are limiting their hours or limiting their capacity, which essentially impacts employment. It also impacts our local gross receipts taxes. I believe we mentioned in the overview that from January through May, the local GRT, taxable GRT base shrunk by 150 million. That is significant. That is unprecedented for our local economy to shrink that much in such a short period of time. So that really underscores
bigger than the recession, right, of 2008.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes, that is correct. It is larger, but it's also much quicker. Yeah. So we were faced with this, having to deal with this problem, as I mentioned, in the last quarter of the fiscal year to really course correct for that period of time. And again, very grateful to DFA to have this extra period of time to, we came out with the initial forecast with the revenue data that was available at that time. Since then, we have received April GRT numbers and May GRT numbers. So we've been able to issue a revenue revision, which is what this budget is based on. And again, that's really the pace that we expect to continue going forward, is reviewing our monthly collections. And that's for a team, as our finance team is so used to relying on data, it's quite uncertain for us as well to not have that data, not be able to understand how the next 11 months are going to be unfolding. If we do have a second wave, if we do see a round of a shutdown similar to the end of March or April next winter, what that will do on our GRT base, on our local economy, which businesses will permanently shut, thus impacting employment and wages here in the city. So again, we are monitoring the data in a real-time basis and are providing those updates to council, to our senior staff, so we are able to monitor as we move forward to be able to make those adjustments. And again, we normally monitor how our revenue collection is coming in, but as we start to see a decline from what we had projected or an increase from what we had projected, that's really the active management piece that we have explained throughout the last few months, where we will be bringing forward budget adjustments, in the most positive light if our revenue is outpacing what we had projected, or again, if we see GRT and other revenue sources not coming in at the pace that we expect, we will then be bringing forward additional budget adjustments, but to adjust our budget downward.
So I think that helps underscore the uncertainty with which we're dealing with and why we keep saying we're going to be budgeting. We're going to continue to be budgeting because we don't know what the future holds, and we have no historical data that can guide us. So I just want to emphasize that. And also, I believe, so our budget is due to the state the end of the month in 2 days, right? July 31st, is that right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is correct. We do have to submit to DFA an approved budget resolution. They have allowed us till July 31st.
And in order, we talked a little bit about the importance of the CARES funding to this budget and to meeting some of the community needs and addressing some of the concerns that have been expressed tonight by the public. In order to apply for that money, we have to have an approved budget, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes, this is whether it's, yes, this is, I wouldn't say a prerequisite, but we have a deadline for DFA and we have to have our paperwork in order and comply with our, essentially DFA is one of our state regulators. So I would imagine that they would not see favorably if we do not meet our deadlines.
Great.
Thus impacting future funding.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for all your work and thank you for helping with that explanation of the situation we're in. I appreciate it. I just would also say publicly, I don't support the militarization of the police. In fact, when I ran for city council, I ran on a platform of wanting to see more community policing. I think that we're at the beginning of putting in place a number of things, whether it's department reorganizations, whether it's this task force, whether it's budgets that can help us change the culture of the police. And so I would encourage those people who spoke tonight to go back to our YouTube channel and watch the Finance Committee hearing where we discussed the police budget in a lot of depth. I think Councilor Garcia at the beginning of the night certainly walked through some of the kinds of questions that were asked. And so I think that was helpful background for everyone tonight in terms of understanding the nature of the police budget. Again, that 70% of that budget is personnel. The fact that they are getting rid of some of the militarized equipment, vehicles that they have acquired over the years under different circumstances. And so I think, again, we're at the beginning in so many ways. We're at the beginning of what will be continual budgeting. We're at the beginning of putting in place the things that are needed to create a culture shift and to working towards meeting the needs of our community, which were there before the pandemic and have been exacerbated by the pandemic. So I think we're well aware and committed and I look forward to the continual work. And again, I thank the members of the council. we've been working really hard on this, and I think we've been asking the right questions, and the staff has been great in getting us the answers. And this is my third budget as an elected counselor, and I learn something every year, and I feel like every one of these, you get a better sense of how how the machine works, what the cogs are, and what our revenues are, what our expenditures are, and how things work, how we can make them work better. So I won't take any more time. Thank you, Mayor, and I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you had your hand up for a comment you wanted to make. I appreciate
I think that was inadvertent hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I would like to just say a few words too, because I think under our charter, the mayor is the person who's presenting the budget. I want to thank, as well has been done tonight, very heartfelt thanks to our chair of the Finance Committee and to all the members, to all of the members of the governing body who attended those meetings hour after hour, whether you were a member of the committee or not. To be that attentive and that engaged is really the work of being an elected official here in Santa Fe. To our leadership group that steered us through the budget process, Mary and Bernadette and Aaron and Jarrell and Christine and others who weighed in, as well as every single member in every department who had to go through a series of educational learning experiences as they visited and revisited the options and the emerging and constantly changing landscape in front of us. They did a remarkable job in volatile and uncertain times. I want to spend just 1 minute on what has been really the centerpiece of our conversation tonight, and that has to do with public safety and public health. And I thank everybody who sent emails and spoke out tonight. When we think about budgets as exercises in balancing our checkbook and coming out with a balanced series of accounts, but it's really also an educational experience. The members of the community, the residents of Santa Fe have educated us and me with your emails and your passion and your concerns and your breadth of knowledge about the historic movement that's happening across America. We are in a remarkable time, 2020. And we are dealing with a global pandemic and an emergency public health crisis, unlike anything we've seen. We're dealing with an economic aftershock and a financial meltdown, unlike anything we've ever seen. And we're dealing with a call, as Councilor Vigil-Koppler reminded us when she invoked the name of Congressman Lewis earlier, a call to come to account for longstanding, systemic, ingrained racial prejudice, bias, systemic racism in our country and here in our own community. We've had hate crimes in Santa Fe that none of us thought we'd ever see. We've had people accosted as individuals, private residents of Santa Fe who happen to be African American, called names in our parking lots. We don't like to talk about it. We don't want to deal with it. We want to pretend it doesn't happen here. We just as soon not face it. But we're called to account, and it is an enormous opportunity. It is an incredible opportunity to get things right and make them better. Now, the task force that I proposed, and I'm very grateful to Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Rivera for stepping into the co-chair, is one part of a community-wide conversation about how we not only address policing and public safety and the opportunity to marry that with public health, but more pervasively, ways in which we have not really been attentive to racism, bias, and deep-seated ways in which people really do not show respect, compassion, and love as we should in a community like ours. So I know the budget is a budget based out of extraordinary need, but it's also an extraordinary opportunity for us to look and examine our own practices. We are very, very blessed to have a chief of police who says, yes, I'm perfectly comfortable looking into our own department and exploring ways to be more creative and nimble and agile. That doesn't happen in all parts of this country. We're very fortunate to have people on this governing body who have committed work over years to exactly this issue. And our timing couldn't be better to come to terms with it and to be honest about it. That's the kind of creative problem solving that Congressman Lewis devoted his life to, and that all of us believe needs to happen today, not only with regard to policing, but across many different ways of changing Santa Fe's government and approach to solving problems. I would invite people who are concerned about our public safety policies and practices to read the material that every member of the City Council now has at their fingertips that include our use of force policy, the ethics code that our police officers take, President Obama's 21st Century Police Report, an outline that I prepared for a new concept of a use of peace doctrine, a use of peace policy that would bookend the use of force policy. To my knowledge, no city in America has a use of peace policy. We could be the first one to step up and draft such a policy that marries best practices for education and engagement with the pride of our police to become true peace officers who keep the peace and are first and foremost respectful of human life and human dignity. Everyone in this community should ask to go on a ride along with one of our officers and listen and learn and have a conversation from the front seat of one of our police cars. Members of this governing body have done it. I've done it both before and since becoming mayor. It's firsthand experiential learning and education that goes both ways. You see what goes on in our community, those 97,000 calls for service that Councilor Lindell referenced. You see what that looks like, and you participate in the experience of public health, public safety, and public well-being. We are uniquely positioned to have a constructive and very, very optimistic conversation in this city around public safety, public health, and racial healing and racial and social justice. It's something that Santa Fe is uniquely positioned to take advantage of, and this budget and the task force and the proposed reorganization are all part and parcel of this moment, this movement that we're in America and here in Santa Fe as well. So I want to put that marker out there. It's nothing we should shy away from. It's something we should step into and lean into and be welcoming. This is our time to make a difference in the lives of everybody in Santa Fe when it comes to social justice, public health, and becoming really a shining light across this country. Thank you for letting me speak. Councilor Lindell, your hand is up.
Mayor, I was going to call for the question, please.
There's a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Could we call the roll on the motion?
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
this is on the motion to call for the question.
Yes, that's yes.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion approved to call for the question.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Could you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
I just want the public to know that I want to reiterate, this is the starting line. We're beginning a marathon. We're not beginning a sprint. And so be patient with us, be involved with us, and continue to advocate for your pressing needs. And I will do my best to continue to advocate for the demilitarization of our police force, and equally importantly, to advocate for increased funding for our social serving programs. I know we can do better, and I foresee us doing better in the future. So I'll vote yes.
thank you. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you. Thank you all for your very, very good work in producing the budget and in passing the budget. I'm very grateful to everybody. Unless there's other items before us that you could tell me about, City Clerk, I think we are adjourned. Correct? Yolanda, are we done for the night?
I'm sorry, I muted. Yes, sir. That's correct. We're done.
All right, in that case, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.